The Man in the Dark, dramatised by Gwen Cherrell from the novel by John Ferguson, with Robert Trotter, Karin Fernald, Christopher Schooler and Kenneth MacLellan. The Thames Embankment, London, the year 1921. The Man in the Dark.
Spare a copper, mister. Mister! Waste of time playing anything. Nobody about night like this. Hello. The old China.
Uh-huh.
I'll move up then. It's a bit of room.
How are you, Beaumont?
Yeah. I don't know my name.
I have a good memory. I have to have.
Hey. I didn't send you none of my letters, did I?
A begging letter to me? Oh, look at me, man. I'm in rags.
Well, you might be one of my gents. Fell on hard times. This your billet for the night, then?
Oh, less chance of being run in here.
Oh, yeah. Roses won't give you no trouble tonight. Not in this fog. Oh. Cool. Well, I'm going down to Doss house. Coming?
The sound of men screaming in the sleep. The stink. Stench of sweat, and worse.
Yeah. A bit like vipers, isn't it? Still.
When the trams have stopped running, the embankment's as quiet as anywhere.
I remember you now. You're a chap. Knows a doctor. Lives in Ealing.
What?
Yeah, Doctor. Palayon.
Oh, him.
Yeah, we looked him up in that dictionary in a public library.
Directory. Medical directory.
Yeah. Hey. You tried touching him for a quid?
No.
Why not?
I couldn't beg from him. I haven't seen him for years. Last time we met, we were students. Before
you got your blighty. You're too proud, mate. That's your trouble. Ain't your fault you got a rifle butt in the face. There's hundreds. There's far... Hey, mate, you stop there. I'm going to raise the price of a cup of tea.
I tell you, Ponsonby Paget is a journalistic genius, McNab.
He's a genius for raking muck, I'll give you that.
Best of luck, Governor.
He prints the truth.
He prints half-truths. The public opens his lousy rag and reads, "There is no truth in the rumour," and they think, aha, what rumour is this?
That's what I'm saying. He uses the oldest tricks in Fleet Street.
He starts rumours by denying them.
And he sells like hotcakes.
It's dirty, laddie, it's dirty. Nobody in public life is free from his innuendos.
Spare a copper, mister.
There's no denying his circulation figures. They're higher than John Bull.
Yes, no wonder John Bull don't prosecute him.
What for?
For pinching their layout as well as pinching their readers. Look at it. Street lighting makes it even worse.
Good luck to you, Captain.
The Eye-Opener. What a name for a responsible weekly.
Well, it is an eye-opener.
Ex-serviceman, Major. Like yourself, Colonel.
Beaumont, for God's sake.
For only 2 pence, Ponsonby Paget opens the eyes of the British people.
Impudence. His own face on the cover. Britannia's eyes are opened. I wonder how much it costs to shut her mouth.
What?
The price probably varies. Depends who he's got in his clutches at the time. And you, Mr. Godfrey Chance, rising young journalist, you'd work for this peg swill?
He liked that article I showed him. I think he admired my cheek. I took it out to his house.
Stick to the Daily Record, laddie. It's an honest paper.
McNab, you're a humbug. You like the Record because it pays for the odd article.
Excuse me, Governor, excuse me. That the eye-opener?
Yeah, you want it?
Yeah, not half.
You like it?
Oh, like it. Keeps the cold out of treat, this does.
Here, get yourself a hot drink.
Gov. Thanks very much.
Are you going back to the Records office, Mr. Chance?
Yes.
I'll come with you.
What did he give you?
Tanner? Yeah. I'll split it with you. Got change?
change. I haven't a penny in the world.
Ain't you? Here, look. You take this, buy yourself a ticket to Ealing.
No, man,
Now,
no.
listen, look, I'm not giving it, I'm lending it. And I'm on it back, see, with interest. Now, going out to Ealing on the underground, you're going to see your doctor, pal, you're going to make a touch. And I'll be waiting back at the Doss house for my half share. Got it?
We're not producing comic cuts, you know. Look, McNab. Take those two chaps we saw just now, down on the embankment. They're the men Ponsonby Paget speaks for. Ex-servicemen who fought for a land fit for heroes, men who've come home to find corruption rampant. There are profiteers in this country who are still making money hand over fist. Paget exposes them.
And makes a fortune for himself while he's at it.
He's a great man. He speaks for England.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
That's why he's worshipped.
Not by his victims, he's not.
Victims?
You're very naive, Mr. Chance, if you think that all Paget's money comes from the proceeds of his twopenny weekly newspaper.
What do you mean?
Some comes from what he threatens to print, not what he actually prints.
You're not suggesting he takes bribes? Paget takes bribes not to publish?
This is 1921, Mr. Chance. Men in public life don't take bribes, nor do they give them. They merely do business together. Dear me, what a lot you have to learn.
Evening, McNab. Chance, I want you.
Yes, sir.
Lead article, Foreign Secretary speech.
Yes, sir.
Copies on my desk. Go and get it.
Right, sir.
McNab.
No, sir.
What?
No, Mr. Matheson, I am not your employee. I'm merely a private investigator and your special correspondent in the event of a special crime.
How's business?
Find me a good crime.
Find me one and I'll run your story.
Plus expense.
If it's a good crime, and a baffling one. Baffling to the police, that is. The old man wants to have a go at them.
The police? I'm sorry for that. I'm a great admirer of the police force.
Why didn't you join it then, instead of setting up on your own? What are you looking for?
I was wondering if Mr. Chance kept any sustenance in his desk.
Chance? He's a teetotaler, you know that.
I meant food. Aha! Biscuits. Who is Stephen Ware, Mr. Matheson?
Who?
The rumour that Sir Stephen Ware will be nominated for the Bywitch Division is without foundation.
Where did you get that?
From the Eye Opener.
Oh, that rag.
Are you going to run the story?
What story? And anyway, who's Stephen Ware?
I wonder if Ponsonby Paget's got his hands on him. Don't you? Have a biscuit.
Where? Yeah, the only Ware I can think of is Ware the financier.
Huh?
A couple of years ago, he got mixed up in a merchant bank that failed.
Why did it fail?
It handled some of the profits made by the munitions millionaires out of the manufacture of poison gas. Mucky money. The friendly societies wouldn't touch it. Too many of their members were gassed themselves. Matheson?
Good evening, Mr. Matheson. This is Ponsonby Paget.
An unexpected honor, Mr. Paget.
For me, my dear fellow. I didn't expect the deputy editor of the Record to be the handmaiden to his own minion.
You want Godfrey Chance?
If I may, it's a personal matter.
Chance! Now, what's he up to?
Chance?
Oh, PP. Chance!
Great man himself.
Coming? Yes, sir.
Telephone. And my office when you've finished.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Godfrey Chance?
Good evening, my dear young man.
Mr. Paget?
Short notice, but like you, I am a busy man. I want you to have dinner with me tonight.
Tonight?
At my house. It means leaving right away. You have my address.
But, Mr. Paget...
I'll be waiting for you.
Mr. Paget, I can't.
What?
I've got an article to write, and then I have to...
Damn. Oh, what a pity. I wanted to talk to you about that piece you left with me. However...
Oh, Lord.
Look here. What time will you be free? By 10? Can I rely on your being here at my house by 11?
Oh, certainly by then.
Ah, good. Now, this is a big thing for you. Take the sack rather than disappoint me. You understand?
Yes.
Good. I'm afraid I shan't be able to offer you supper, but a man on whom I can rely may hope for something more than his supper before long.
That was...
So it was.
He wants me to go to his house.
You'd better look sharp. The folk's coming down thicker than ever. Where does he live?
In Ealing.
Midnight. A meal like that's been no more than a memory to me for the last 2 years, Peter.
2 years?
Mm-hmm. Your health, Dr. Dunn.
And yours, Sandy. And, talking of your health, if you want my diagnosis...
I don't. As I said, I just happen to be in the neighborhood.
You're in bad shape.
Bad shape?
Frankly, if it hadn't been for your voice, I'd never have recognized you. Your clothes, man, and your hair.
Oh, long hair's a badge of respectability where I come from.
Is it?
Most of the men in the Doss house wear the close crop of the convicted vagrant, Peter.
Ah, yes.
Ah, yes, you see. Ah, yes. You sit here in the comfort of a successful practice, warm fire, good scotch. Have you any idea what it's like to have absolutely nothing? Not even hope?
Your injuries must have been very painful.
Which injuries do you mean?
You're bitter, Sandy.
Very.
And, if you'll forgive me, too damn sorry for yourself.
What?
Well, your brilliant prospects, you threw them away. For what? All students fancied themselves as writers, for God's sake. Even I did.
But I had the guts to get out and try. And I'd have made good if it hadn't been for the war.
You damned fool. If you'd stayed in medicine...
Thank you for your hospitality, Dr. Dunn, and now, if you'll forgive me...
Sit down and don't be so touchy. If I'm angry, it's only for you. If only you'd qualified.
Huh? Dr. Kinlaw?
At least you'd have escaped your present calamity.
I'd have been safe in a base hospital like you mean, instead of being smashed to hell in the trenches. If it's all the same to you, I'll take my leave.
Sandy, don't be so pig-headed.
Good night, Doctor.
Wait. Look, take this.
No, thank you.
Your dignity is ludicrous, Kinlaw.
I don't want to have to pocket your insults and your money. I'd be obliged if you'd open the door. Thank you.
Oh, wait. Good Lord, I'd forgotten that.
What?
The fog. How can I let you go out in that? It's worse than ever.
Fog makes no difference to me, Dr. Dunn. Goodbye.
Wait. Wait, there's something important. Come back, Sandy. Sandy! Away with you, then I'll be damned.
Damned, indeed. Oh, dear God, it's cold. Oh, cat, your fur's soaking wet. You're as scruffy as I am. Oh, but you're warmer. You're much, much warmer.
Where are we now, cabby?
I'm sorry, Cub. I can't see.
If you ask me, we're going round in circles.
Oh, I thought we'd have been out of the worst of it by now. Do you want me to go on?
What time is it?
Oh, past midnight.
Go on!
Oh, damn you! Look where you're going.
Where am I?
Let go of me. Take your hands off me.
Sorry, I was trying to stop myself falling. And then I mistook the fur on your coat collar for a cat.
A cat?
It was here a moment ago. I beg your pardon.
Ah, that's better. You recognize who I am?
No, sir, I do not.
I'll take a closer look. The most famous face in the country.
I'm sorry, I can't.
By George, the very man.
There's something providential about this meeting, my friend. How would you like to earn £5?
I'd do much at the moment for £5.
Yes, I expect you would. Now listen carefully. A man is coming to my house, and it's essential that a third party should be present. A witness had been arranged for, but he's failed me. All I want you to do is simply to make it evident to my visitor that I am not alone. Do you think you're capable of that?
How? I don't understand.
Well, come with me. I'll explain. I'll just close the curtains. I shall close but not lock the French windows. I'm not certain which entrance my visitor will choose for his arrival.
Leather-bound books, brandy, cigars, the aroma of fine
Now,
living.
behind the screen is a chair and a table. What I want you to do is to sit here, my good man, and when I give the signal, make a noise as if you're busy with some papers. Now, give me that stick.
I'd rather keep it. I'll lay it across my knees.
Oh, very well. Now, I'll just draw the screen round you. I shall now give 3 taps on the fender with the poker. Are you ready?
Ready?
Right? Did you not hear it?
Yes, but I can't find the papers. You've forgotten the papers.
I'll try these. They'll sound like music in your ears. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 pounds.
Music to me, certainly. Not very audible to your visitor.
I'll cough then. Cough. But only after I've tapped on the fender 3 times. Now, let's shut you in again. There. I'll make the fire up. It surely won't be long now. It's past midnight already.
Just when everything seemed hopeless.
Did you say something?
Warm room. Comfortable chair. Oh, mustn't fall asleep. Mustn't fall asleep.
I trust the journey wasn't too unpleasant.
One travels hopefully.
Of course, especially on an errand like this. Whiskey? I'm honored that you should come. And interested.
Interested in what?
Why, your career. A promising politician rising rapidly in public life. What can stop this young man from reaching the top, I ask myself.
What indeed?
Pound notes, where are those
Nothing that
notes?
I can think of. Can you?
There is one thing. Oh, it's chilly in here. Would you like me to rouse the fire? As I was saying, there is one thing, one small indiscretion, which could be erased.
Ah, I see. The evidence of it purchased, you mean?
Oh, come.
And if I refuse to be blackmailed?
All I'm suggesting is a little business arrangement. I surely don't take you by surprise.
No, you don't. I have come prepared.
Excellent. We'll get down to business right away.
Who's that?
I am also prepared. We are not alone.
So that's your game. Well, this time you've mistaken your man.
Fistic, I'll say. Ah, you fool. Violence won't help you. What? Put that knife away.
Oh, my God.
You're afraid. The all-powerful bully is afraid.
Keep off! Keep off!
Oh, my God, oh, my God.
What are you afraid for? Your life? Your miserable life?
Keep off!
There's
Keep
only
off!
one end for vermin like you.
Help! Help!
Oh, no, no.
My stick! Where's my stick? Ah! Oh, where?
Ah, the rat crawls out from behind the arras.
My hands! What have I got on my hands?
Stay where you are. Don't move.
Is it blood? Oh, the wall. Let me lean against the wall.
Do as I say, rat. Cringing, groveling rat.
If I could just...
Crawling on all fours. Come here.
Don't come near me.
Come here, rat. I learnt what to do with rats in Palestine. Turks, rats, it's all the same to me.
My hair! Let go! You're pulling my hair!
Now, a keen blade, you see?
No. Mercy. Show me some mercy.
Don't! No more! Don't kill him. Please don't kill him.
Don't interfere.
Please.
Shut up.
Look at him. He's nothing. He's not important.
Yes. Yes, look at me. Look at me. Can't you see? Can't you see?
How did you know Mr. Paget was dead, Mr. Chance?
I've attended too many police courts and inquests not to know that, Inspector Green. When there was no answer, I walked round the house, saw the French windows were open, and found, well, all this as it is now. How about my ringing my editor again, Inspector? I've never had an exclusive before, and this
All in good time, sir. Well, Dr. Dunn, what do you think?
Well, I'll tell you this, Inspector. The hand that sent that knife to the heart was an expert's. He struck upwards.
Is that unusual?
Well, downwards is the natural inclination. The trained killer pierces from below.
Soldier, would you say?
Possibly. Now, if you don't need my services anymore, Inspector, it's nearly morning.
Well, I wouldn't mind your opinion on this, sir. Battered old walking stick.
My God.
What is it?
Did you find that here?
Yeah, on the floor, under that screen. I was going to ask you how tall you think the man is who owns it.
You, think it might have been left by the criminal?
Plain oak, pretty battered. It doesn't seem to go with Mr. Paget somehow.
No. No, that's why I was so surprised. Well, I'd guess at least 6 feet tall, wouldn't you?
Yes, sir.
Can I have a look at it?
Yes, the Prince men have finished with it.
Well, Green, what have you got here?
Oh, hello, Inspector Snargrove.
Thank goodness.
What?
You're not going to sulk. Most local coppers sulk when the yard's brought in.
I could hardly expect to keep him to myself, could I? The most famous face in England.
So, signs of a struggle, furniture overturned. No sign of the weapon.
No.
Forensics been in?
Yeah, and gone.
Decanter of whiskey, half empty.
And 2 tumblers smashed.
2, eh? What's in this envelope?
A little contribution of mine, sir. Several long black hairs, snatched out by the roots, seemingly.
Where'd you find them?
Over by the wall, just below those bloodstains.
Good Lord. What the devil?
Yeah, remarkable, isn't it? Smears of blood 3 feet up from the floor, plastered all along the wall.
Paget's?
So the doctor reckons, but nowhere near where he fell.
Aye, that's right.
What else?
In this envelope, see?
More
A
glass.
splinter, but it's not from the drinking glasses. It's a fragment of looking glass.
A mirror. Well, there's been quite a fight here. Did a mirror fall down in the rough and tumble?
No, according to the servants, there's no mirror in this room.
Where were the servants?
They're asleep. Their quarters are in the coach house across the drive.
Where's the chap who found him?
I did. Godfrey Chance, Daily Record.
What are you doing here?
Well, I was invited.
For 1 o'clock in the morning?
I was delayed by the fog. Mr. Paget had telephoned me earlier in the evening. I didn't want him to think I'd failed him without making an effort.
Did he mention any other guests?
No.
If a decanter of whiskey and 2 glasses was set, I take it that one of the glasses would be for you.
No.
Oh? Why not?
I don't drink.
Would he know that?
I told him the first time we met. He never forgot details like that.
Is that your walking stick?
No.
Whose is it, then?
Oh, my head.
How are you feeling? What can you remember?
Remember the wall. The wall, it's here.
You're all right.
It must be on my left. When I fell, it was on my left.
You're all right.
Surely the wall... Has he gone? That man who was here, the visitor, has he gone? Look out, he's got a pistol.
It's all right. That was the switch for the light under the dash.
The dash?
I turned it on to see if you were all right. Try to sleep. I must watch the road.
You're in a car.
Yes.
Did you put these bandages on the back of my head?
Yes.
Where are we?
You'll soon see.
Last night, Mr. Ponsonby Paget was sitting where I'm sitting now. I'm reconstructing for you, McNabb.
Thank you, Inspector Snargrove.
He was expecting someone. A friend. Someone who didn't turn up.
Not for want of trying.
Not Mr. Chance. It was somebody else.
Oh?
According to the butler, the whiskey decanter had been filled in readiness for a guest. Like Mr. Chance, he didn't turn up either. But somebody else did. Somebody who was uninvited.
The murderer?
Very good, Mr. Chance. Probably he was a burglar and the owner of the walking stick. But then, why did he knife Paget? Why didn't he just clout him with his stick?
Burglar or not, he was a cool customer. He calmly stuck a knife into Paget and then had the gall to help himself to his whiskey.
Really?
From the fingerprints on the tumbler fragments, it's evident that Paget lifted his glass more than once. The other glass was used once only. Who takes his whiskey in one gulp?
Any good Scot, eh, McNabb?
Aye,
Certainly
right,
not an invited fireside guest. Much more likely a would-be burglar who's just committed murder and feels the need for a slug.
Are there any bloodstains on the tumbler?
No. Apart from Paget's, which you'd expect, there's just this one set, clear on the crystal.
That's odd.
Why?
You reckon he took the dram after he'd killed Paget?
Yes.
That wall is most horribly blood-stained. Whose prints are those? Paget's?
No.
Whose are they?
My dear McNabb, they're the burglars.
So he must have taken his nip before he killed Paget. Otherwise, the bloodstains would be on the glass as well as on the wall. A cool customer, you say, Snargrove? Look at these marks. The man who clawed that wall wasn't calm, he was frantic.
Well, we knew he was lame. Maybe he fell down and was trying to drag himself upright when he heard my taxicab.
Why didn't he make for the door, then? None of these marks leads towards the doors. It looks to me as if he was searching for something.
Searching for something? For what?
The electric light switch?
3 feet up from the floor.
Besides, the lights were on when I arrived.
Were they? Oh. Oh, I'm surprised. I had the feeling that he must have been in the dark.
Why?
Well, surely he wouldn't have left all this evidence against himself if he could have seen what he was doing. Fingerprints, locks of hair, fragments of his pocket mirror.
Well, he could see all right. How else could he have aimed the knife so accurately?
Well, you're right. It's a complete paradox. Cold-blooded murder and blind panic.
You know, Inspector Snargrove, what interests me?
Huh?
As a policeman, you try to reconstruct the crime and everything that led up to it. I always want to know what happened immediately afterwards. Where is he now, I ask myself? And what's he doing?
We passed through a small town a while back.
I thought you were asleep.
I heard a church clock strike. Why are you putting the light on again?
I'm not. I'm turning off the headlights. Look, it's almost daylight. A breath of air. How do you come to be associated with such an evil man?
What?
He was wicked. Your face isn't altogether wicked.
Lady, my face is smashed, unshaven and unwashed. There isn't that light enough for you to see that.
If you'll sit up and look, you'll see for yourself. Through those trees, straight ahead, look. Daybreak. And the birds. I decided to drop you just along this road.
What for?
To get rid of you.
Is that man dead?
Yes.
It's a hanging business, then.
Look, you'll be out of it. Forget what you saw last night. Keep out of the way of the police and you'll be all right.
I see. All this solicitude for me and my escape, it's for the murderer's safety.
Never mind about that.
How is it that you're associated with such a wicked man? Stop the car. Drop me here. You make me sick. You know, lady, you might as well have saved yourself the trouble. I didn't see the man who was murdered.
What?
Nor the man who killed him. I can't see you either. I'm blind.
Blind?
Yes. Sharper eyes than yours missed that in the fog last night. Didn't even know where I was. So you're free. You're free to drive away. Why don't you? I gave you good news, didn't I? Somebody's coming.
Get back in the car.
No time.
What are you doing?
I'll pretend to be looking at your tires. Don't hide. Look as if you were doing your hair or something.
Yes, all right. Where's my bag?
What is it?
Nothing. Get down.
Morning.
Good morning, officer.
Not too bad for January, is it? You in trouble, miss?
No, thank you.
Ah. Oh, well, then. I'll be on my way.
Has he gone?
He stared at you.
Who was it?
A policeman. A country bobby on his round.
What took you by surprise just now?
Nothing. When?
When you opened your handbag, you saw something that surprised you.
Oh, my mirror was smashed to pieces, that's all. Please get back in the car or he'll be after us.
I thought you said he'd gone. Why should he come back?
Please.
And anyway, you've just turned me loose.
For heaven's sake, you're covered in blood.
Ah.
Of course he'll be after us. You're an appalling sight.
Hey! I say!
Quick, get in.
Did he get your number?
No, I didn't give him time.
Where are we going?
Where I'd meant to go in the first place. A village.
What village? Oh, never mind. Did you intend to take me there? What made you change your mind and throw me out? Was it my face? Or was it my ignoble behavior?
I don't know what you mean.
I mean, did you remember that last night I grovelled in front of your murdering friend? What is it now? Remorse for the way he struck a blind man?
Don't.
You know, lady, in the war I felt no resentment against the man who blinded me. It was him or me on equal terms. Last night I had to get down on my knees and beg for mercy from a sordid murderer, and for that, by God, I'll get him.
Get him?
You don't think I will?
I don't see how you can. You don't even know where you are. Isn't that what you said?
I'll find out. How far is this village?
You'll get no help there.
I'll manage.
It's completely cut off. There are gates at either end of it. There's a cottage. An old woman has the key. We can lie low there.
We?
The cottage is isolated. No one will know you're there.
Except the old woman.
She won't.
I thought you said that...
I'll look after you.
And nobody will see us arriving? A blood-bolted down and out and a well-dressed woman? I take it you are well-dressed.
You can stay hidden till dark.
I see. My stick!
What stick? Oh.
You didn't bring it?
Of course I didn't bring it. I didn't know then. Where is it?
In that room. Well, it must be. It was beside my chair, behind the screen.
What's it look like? Is it painted white?
No.
Are your initials on it?
Oh, and it has a silver tip, perhaps, with an ivory handle.
Can it be identified?
As my friend Beaumont would say, there's hundreds, thousands just like it.
Who's Beaumont?
A man I met in the Doss house.
Did he know you were going to that house last night?
Lady, nobody knew I was going to that house last night. Least of all me.
Quickly. Get in. The door's open. There's just one step. Quickly. Quickly. Oh! Done it. You're in. Oh, thank heavens. I'm sorry. You must be frozen hidden out there all day like that. Come near the fire and get warm.
No.
What?
I want to see what I am.
See. See.
You thought I was helpless, lady. I'm not. Stay where you are. Oh, you've just flopped into a basket chair. Near the fire. Don't move. fire. Oil lamp on my left. On the table. Aha! A timbered ceiling. I can reach it, so the room must be under 8 foot high. House is old. Rag rugs on a stone flagged floor. And you're scared. Scared out of your life.
I'm not afraid of you.
You're afraid for your murdering friend, and you're right to be. He made a great mistake when he hit me. He should have killed me.
No.
I've been trying to work it out all day. Why did you bring me away from that house? Why didn't you both just clear out and leave me, a tramp off the streets? Who'd have believed me if I denied killing the man? I even had a motive. I'd £5 of his money. Why didn't you leave me?
Have you worked it out?
Yes.
Tell me.
When your friend savaged me, he hit me across the back of my skull. So, when I fell on top of the dead man, didn't I?
I can't remember.
I can. So, if I'd been found there, who could have gashed the back of my head? Not me. Not the dead man. It could only have been somebody else, and that somebody else could only have been his murderer.
Bravo.
So, you take me away, and now the police are looking for only one man.
That's right.
Me.
No, an unknown assailant.
Uh-huh. So, both your murdering friend and I are safe only for so long as I remain hidden.
And unknown.
Ha!
Nobody knows we were there.
The police know. They must stick. Oh, it was a good idea to take me hostage. It was also very dangerous. Where are you going?
To heat up some water. Your head is bleeding again.
Never mind my head. I want to know what you intend to do now we're here.
I've made up a bed for you in the spare room. It's over there to your left. I have a key. Once you're in it, and when I have to go out to the village to buy food...
And newspapers, you'll buy newspapers.
I shall lock you in that room. When I'm in the house, you'll be free to walk about. There are no stairs.
I see. You regard me as your prisoner.
Why do you smile?
Because, oddly enough, lady, I regard you as mine. It'll be interesting to see which of us is right, won't it?
Tea? Biscuit? Have a biscuit.
No, thanks.
And for goodness sake, close the window. I can feel the damp rising from the river all the way up here.
If you will have offices off the Strand.
Offices? An attic with a gas ring. Snargrove's not going to solve this case, Mr. Chance.
Why not?
He's closed his mind. He thinks that the chappie who killed Paget was the same fellow who crawled round the room on his hands and knees. This extraordinary fop of a fellow. He carries a pocket mirror, yet he wears his hair unfashionably long. 1 minute he's in a blind panic, and the next minute he's having a quiet nip of whiskey and calmly limping away, leaving his walking stick behind. You saw that stick. Describe it.
Well, it was, practical, thick.
Much used?
Oh, Lord, yes.
Well worn?
Yes.
The handle?
Grimy, sweaty.
The tip?
The tip?
The other end from the handle?
Well, I didn't...
No, you didn't, did you? I did. That was very well worn, too, but not where you'd expect it to be.
How do you mean?
A lame man leans heavily on either his right side or his left. Sooner or later, his stick gets worn down on the side nearest his gammy leg.
Which side was this stick worn down on?
Neither. Here's your tea.
Oh, thanks.
The wear and tear was straight across.
What does that mean?
The poor devil was blind.
Good Lord.
That stick belongs to a blind man. A blind man. And an innocent one.
Why hasn't he reported? What happened then? Why didn't he go to the police?
I wonder.
Where is he? And what was he doing there in the first place?
He wasn't an accomplice, that's for sure. Who'd take a blind man to assist in a murder?
You mean he was there by accident? He just happened to stumble in on it? At 1 o'clock in the morning?
What if he'd found a shakedown for the night in Paget's garden? We can reckon he was poor, perhaps destitute. He heard Paget cry for help. The French windows were open. He went to help him, stumbled over that screen, and then fell over Paget's body. Very unpleasant for him.
Can't have been all that cosy for the murderer.
Find out the names of all blind persons who were reported missing from home that night.
Good idea.
Shouldn't take long. Please God, there aren't that many. And I want you to look out for any reports of unidentified bodies.
You think they might have done him in as well?
They? Why they?
Well, I don't know. I mean, well, I wouldn't fancy carrying a 6-footer on my own, would you? He was spirited away somehow, wasn't he? He certainly didn't walk away on his own, otherwise he'd have taken his stick. There are no signs of his being dragged, so he must have been knocked out and carried.
Mr. Chance, you've just made a bright suggestion.
Oh, thanks.
That would explain why the murderer suddenly turned squeamish. Why he didn't just knife our blind fellow.
Why?
It might also explain those fragments of looking-glass.
What have they got to do with it?
I should have remembered. Where there's trouble, cherchez la femme.
Good morning.
I smell coffee, bacon.
Will that be all right again?
Smooth sheets, silk pajamas. Very nice.
How's the head?
Better every day.
Breakfast in 5 minutes.
What time is it?
7:30. The old woman is coming in at 9 as usual.
I'll be out in 5 minutes. Listen.
Are you? She's here. Stay here. Don't move. Mrs. Speddy. You're early today, Mrs. Speddy.
Well, I hope you don't mind me, lady, but you've been keeping to your room so fast, I haven't had no chance for a gossip.
Well, I
you know, if you don't mind me saying so, I reckon you lost your rosy cheeks. Still, I'm glad to see you eat hearty these days. 3 eggs, 8 rashers. Oh, well, there's nothing like a great big breakfast that'll put the roses back. That and some good long walks along the downs. Oh, like when he was a little Miss Stella. Ha! Oh, and now you're a wedded. Mrs. Pebble, show me your photograph in the record. Old Jacob Witch. Now, you remember old Jacob Witch at the post office? Well, he wrapped it round a pot of treacle and didn't never notice there was your photograph, but Mrs. Pebble did, and then... Oh, what's the matter, me lady? Are you all right?
Yes, I was leaning on this door. I didn't notice it was open. I thought I'd closed it.
Damn. Stella. Your name is Stella.
It means a star.
Appropriate in this case.
Why?
Well, ask yourself. What does a star usually mean to a blind man?
I don't know.
Nothing. Star to a blind man? Nothing.
You said usually.
In this case, Stella, you are going to be my guiding light. You are going to lead me to your murder...
Don't say your murdering friend. Not again, please.
To your husband. Oh, that's right. Bury your nose in the newspaper.
What's your name?
I wondered when you were going to ask me that. Alexander David Kinloch.
Can I believe you?
You've no reason not to.
Alexander David Kinloch.
I thought at first it might have been a crime of passion, a lover stabbing a man to save his mistress. Oh, your man killed to save himself. The action of a husband.
You're cynical.
A husband who can count on the absolute loyalty of his wife. What's in the newspaper?
Nothing.
The most famous man in the country stabbed to death, and there's still nothing.
It just says the police are questioning a number of people.
His previous victims, no doubt.
I thought you said you didn't know who he was.
So, we just go on lying low, letting the evidence accumulate.
They won't connect it with you.
Oh, I didn't mean that evidence.
What then?
The evidence that I'm accumulating here in this house.
What evidence?
Oh, you're English, upper middle, upper crust, rich, drive your own car. The car's a two-seater. And it's yours because I had to fold myself up like a penknife. No man of normal height could drive it with any degree of comfort. Oh, and your husband's a rising young politician.
You're wrong.
And that's another thing I know. You're a bad liar. I also know that this cottage is in Sussex.
What?
On the borders of Kent.
How do you know that?
Oh, I'm blind, my lady, not deaf. My 4 senses are keener than your 5. Look, on the way, I told you I heard a clock strike. It was a cathedral clock. I recognized it. The sunrise was straight ahead, you said, so just after that, we must have been traveling due east. And we traveled up and down hills. My guess is that we drove along the Sussex Downs.
There's going to be a storm. Storms are bad in this part of the country. We might get snowed up.
I hope not yet. I must look the most awful derelict.
Who's to see you?
It's not a matter of vanity. A fraying cuffs, threadbare jacket, blood-stained shirt. A man in her ladyship's house looking like a criminal on the run.
You're not going to be seen.
Not even by accident. Mrs. Spedding almost caught us.
Well, I...
Oh, no charity. Here. £5. Spend them. Buy me some new clothes.
If I start buying clothes in the village...
The nearest town, then. How far is that? It's short of a man's outfitters.
Perhaps.
A razor. New shirts. A jacket. Go tomorrow.
Oh, it's early closing tomorrow.
Is it so?
I'll be more careful what I say in future.
Stella, my dear, you're still down in the country, I hope? How's the weather with you? It's very cold here.
One of the servants is there.
Thank you, Hunter. That will be all.
Has he gone?
Yes.
Where have you been, Stephen? I daren't ring too often in case they think it's odd.
I've been about my ordinary business, my dear, here in town.
I've had to buy him some clothes.
Damn. Have you given them to him yet?
No, I thought I'd ask you first what you thought.
Now listen, cut off all the labels.
What?
Anything which tells where or when the clothes might have been made or bought, remove it.
Why?
My dear, if you didn't, he would read them.
Oh, Stephen, how can he read them? I told you.
With his fingertips, my dear. He'd read the stitching, and that might give away the name of the place where you bought them.
Oh.
Why else?
It isn't so that...
So that... what?
So that he won't be identified. I mean, if he was found dead, I mean...
Dear me. Do you detest him as much as that? Do you really find his company so abhorrent that you...
Stephen!
And I was thinking that you were rather fond of the poor man. Has he told you his name yet? Stella?
What?
Does he still refuse to tell you his name?
Yes. Yes, he does.
Just Sandy.
He's a Scot. It seems better to leave it like that.
Very wise. Too much knowledge can hang a man. Or a woman.
Please stop teasing me like this, Stephen.
Teasing?
All this talk of death and hanging. Please, Stephen, what am I to do? I'm beginning to feel that you've...
I've what, my dear?
Deserted me.
Deserted you? Now that's odd. All our friends are beginning to think it's the other way round.
Why are you tormenting me like this?
Listen, my dear, I have to go into the constituencies for a few weeks.
A few weeks?
If there is a crisis, and this tramp makes accusations, deny them.
But Stephen!
Damn it, Stella, you either deny him or you deny me. Now, which of us will it be? Pull yourself together. Won't be for much longer. Thank you for ringing. Good night.
Found near the Reform Club on Sunday last. No. Missing from home, Daisy, Evelyn, Mary, no. Alexander David Kinloch will hear something to his advantage by communicating with Messrs. Selwyn and Smith, Devon Chambers, Chancery Lane. Liberal rewards. No. Compton, Rodney and Elizabeth wish to thank all kind friends.
What are you doing?
What I do every morning. Sifting through the agony columns. Missing persons.
Why are you concentrating on this blind man? Why don't you go straight for the murderer, like Inspector Snargrove?
Because that man is a known quantity. With routine inquiries, legwork, paperwork, sooner or later Snargrove will get him.
Matheson will have kittens if he does.
And the trouble is he won't be able to make it stick.
Because our murderer's got pals in high places?
No. Because the crime itself was well planned and he's got nerves of steel.
Matheson says...
I know what your editor says. I've got it here. Who is the murderer's friend? Time. Time blots out vital evidence, dulls the memories of important witnesses, and lessens public outrage at this abominable crime.
So it does.
Our man knows that. Except for one set of fingerprints on a tumbler, not one of those incredible clues could be traced to him. Time's working for him on that side. It's also working against him on the other.
What other?
The unexpected. The longer he has that blind man to cope with, the more difficult it's getting.
He may have killed him by now.
Perhaps he has. But dead or alive, what's he going to do with him?
1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Why are you counting?
I'm trying to judge the length of your hair from the strokes of your hairbrush.
Oh.
It's been a long time since a woman wore her hair over her shoulders in my company. You're blushing. There's nothing to me what you look like.
I'm not beautiful.
No? I got the impression you were.
Not from me.
No, not from you.
From whom?
2 people walking on the common. The wind blew the conversation towards my window.
When?
A week ago. You forget that a blind man lives in his mind and in his imagination. And tonight, I picture you as you sit there in your long silk robe.
Oh. It's long, but it isn't silk. Just an ordinary peignoir.
Oh. Dinner at 8. Soup and fish.
No, it's just a comfortable sort of robe. I got it in the town when I bought your things. It's not a bit Duclos.
Not what?
Duclos.
What's Duclos?
Dressmaker.
It's ended.
What has?
Oh, this little oasis of time. Being snowed in. Cut off. You'll be able to buy your newspapers again. Listen. Snow melting in the eaves. Can you not hear? You know, it's curious. I'm not apprehensive for my own safety. I'm worried for yours.
You needn't be.
Things have changed, haven't they?
Changed?
We've watched each other closely for every waking minute we've been here. I'm no longer the derelict who can be dropped when it suits you, am I? Am I? Answer me, Stella. Please.
I can't. Don't you understand? I can't. Didn't they give you a disability pension?
Oh, yes. They gave me a disability pension. I commuted it into a lump sum.
You squandered it, I suppose.
You sound like a wife before wives took to shingling their hair. I didn't blow that money. It went in tea shares. Calendar tea shares. 9pence each they were. Friend advised me to buy. I believe there are thousands in my name, all completely unsaleable.
I brought you back a present when I was last in the town. Hold out your hands.
There.
What is it?
You tell me.
It's Braille. It's a book in Braille.
Travels with a donkey. I thought you might get bored when I'm out of the house.
Or inquisitive. You want to keep me occupied, is that it? Oh, women don't use force, do they? They use guile. Your hair being brushed is stupefyingly beautiful to my ear. The gentle way you first bathed my head. Good food, wine, soft, clean linen. Always the scent of your body. Oh, you almost lulled me into forgetting, my lady. I don't read Braille. I can't. I won't admit that I'm not as able as you. And when you move, I want to be ready to jump.
Come in, please, Doctor. Now, I have your card here.
Thank you. My name is Dunn. And you're Mr. Selwyn, Mr. Smith?
Well, actually, my name is Spencer, Dr. Dunn. Messrs. Selwyn and Smith died more than 50 years ago. What may I do for you?
It's your advertisement. Alexander David Kinloch will hear something to his advantage if he communicates with your firm. Now, will you give me your word that it really will be to his advantage? I mean, I'm actually trying to find him myself.
And, will you give me your word to the same effect, Doctor?
Oh, that I will.
It's clear that we both mean well by this young gentleman. We'd almost concluded he was dead.
Well, he was alive on January the 15th. He called at my house in Ealing. To tell you the truth, he came in rags. He was a broken man. To my eternal shame, I sent him away without help.
I see. Dear me, in that case, he must be found at once. While he may not be rich, he'll certainly be comfortably off.
What?
All I need is his signed agreement to sell some of his shares.
Well, he won't see your advertisement, Mr. Spencer. We'll have to find another way.
Sandy! Sandy!
What is it?
There's another advertisement in the newspaper for you, for Alexander David Kinloch.
What?
And they've changed the wording.
What do you mean, how changed the wording?
It's not the same. Listen. Alexander David Kinloch, last seen in Ealing on the night of Monday, January the 15th.
Read that again.
Alexander David Kinloch, last seen in Ealing on the night of Monday, January the 15th.
Full stop?
What? Yes, January the 15th, full stop. Then, any person able to supply information as to his present whereabouts, kindly communicate with Messrs. Selwyn and Smith, Devon Chambers, etc., same as before.
I know the date. And Ealing. Will any person, not will Alexander David Kinloch?
Oh, no. What does it mean? And why have they changed it?
They must know. They must know that I couldn't have read that first notice. That's why they've rephrased it.
But what does it mean?
They know I'm blind.
But who is it?
Either the police or your husband.
My husband?
He's the only other person who knows I was there that night.
Why should he advertise?
It's a trick. He wants me to make a move. He can't. He can't move without incriminating himself. Stalemate. Oh, I did warn you. A hostage is a dangerous liability. You neither of you know what to do with me, do you?
What was that?
Shh.
What is it?
There's somebody in the house.
No.
Listen. They're in the kitchen.
The back door. Did I leave the boat undone? You must hide. Take my hand. Quick.
Oh! Popping him to sight again, is he, that jack in a box of yours?
Mrs. Spetty, what on earth?
I seen him not half an hour ago, and not for the first time, neither.
You've been spying.
Locked him in the spare room, didn't you? Till you got so brazen, the pair of you. And he took to a sitting afore the fire. Well, I had a good look at him through the window while he was a-dozing, so you needn't try hiding him again.
Mrs. Spetty!
Don't you Mrs. Spetting me. Yo, the innocent I was. And I come across here in the dark.
Yes, sir. No. They're off now again.
Oh, your friend. No head on it. Half naked afore the fire. I saw you through them very window curtains. I see you a-brushing your hair with your arms and your shoulders white in shameless nakedness afore his very eyes.
There's nothing wrong, I assure you.
Then what's he hiding for? Oh, Miss Teller, you're in love with this man, aren't you? How dare you? Give him up. Give him up, do, before it's too late.
Give me up, Miss Stella.
There's nothing more for you to worry about, Mrs. Spedding. I'm taking him away.
What are we making for?
Wherever you want to go.
Do you mind if I open this window?
You'll get soaked. The sea's running very high.
No, it's glorious. Listen. Good Lord, Revali. I hadn't thought to hear that again. Takes me back to the war. Is it raining?
Where do you want to go?
How long will it take to get from here to Scotland?
Scotland? I don't know. 3 days?
Scotland, then.
All right, Scotland. But when we get there, I want you to forget everything. You understand, don't you, Sandy? Everything. Will you give me your word?
As a gentleman?
I know you're a gentleman.
But I'll strike a bargain with you.
What's that?
When we part, you'll leave me with 2 things.
And those are?
A bottle of scotch. And a kiss.
Dr. Dunn! Dr. Dunn! Over here! Ah, good man. You got my telegram?
Houston, midnight. I've never moved so fast in my life.
Here, give me your bag. Were you followed?
I don't think so. For one, disarmed. Ever since you told me I was being watched, I've kept a lookout, just in case. Who was he? Do you know?
I thought at first he must be Kinloch himself. He came into my office, as I told you, inquiring about the advertisement.
And he was a Scot?
Oh, yes.
But red-headed. I wonder who the devil it was.
No matter. Not if you've given him the slip. Now.
Yes, Mr. Spencer, now. Why are we going to Scotland?
Read this. It arrived in my office today.
If Messrs. Selwyn and Smith will send someone to Mr. Keeler, who's Mr. Keeler?
Read on.
Now staying at the Aberlundy Arms, Gart, Argyllshire, they can obtain full information about Alexander David Kinloch. Well, who's Mr. Keeler?
I suspect he might be Mr. Kinloch himself. Look at the handwriting.
If Messrs. Selwyn and Smith...
Whoever wrote it used parallel rulers to guide his pen. See, each line is straight in itself, but rises towards the right hand because the ruler is not set straight across the paper.
Of course.
Isn't that how the blind are taught to write? Between 2 rulers?
Yes. Mr. Spencer, I think we're on our way to him at last.
A biscuit, Mr. Chance?
No, thanks.
A cup of tea?
McNabb, it's been 10 weeks.
I know. And Inspector Snargrove is still looking for a man who must be under his very nose. I haven't been idle while you've been covering other assignments, you know. And at least I know now precisely who it is I'm looking for.
You do?
I've even got a photograph of him.
What?
Here.
Men of the 7th Battalion leaving for the front. He's among this lot?
That one.
What's his name?
Kinloch.
Oh, Scott. How did you find him?
This advertisement in the agony column. Here. Alexander David Kinloch, last seen in Ealing on the night of Monday, January the 15th. Wouldn't that intrigue you?
Good Lord, yes.
Well, it didn't, did it? You missed it. 9/10 of our blind men lost their sight in war service. I thought it was a fair assumption that our chap was among them. I took his name round to the War Record Office. Within half an hour, I'd got his service history and this photograph of him. Then I went to the premises of the advertisers, Messrs. Selwyn and Smith, and waited for Kinloch to turn up.
And did he?
No. But there was somebody else waiting for him, a Dr. Peter Dunn. I followed him. Once I checked his history, I thought he'd lead me to Kinloch.
And has he?
No, damn it. He's left a locum in charge of his practice and disappeared.
And?
He's given me the slip, laddie. I don't know where he is.
Mr. Keeler?
That's me.
My name is Spencer.
Ah, yes.
My friend and I were looking for a Mr. Kinloch, actually. Alexander David Kinloch.
Uh-huh.
Are you Mr. Kinloch, sir?
Yes, I am.
I have a friend of yours with me, sir, who can identify you.
A friend? No, you must be mistaken. I have no friends.
Not even me, Sandy.
Dunn. Is it Peter Dunn?
Yes.
I'm sorry to hear it. I'm sorry it was you who played the Judas.
Judas?
All right, Inspector, Superintendent, or whoever you are, make your arrest. I shan't resist.
Man, what are you talking about?
He's a policeman, isn't he?
Mr. Kinloch, I'm not a policeman. I'm a solicitor. I come to discuss your holding in Calendar Tea. Your tea shares.
Tea shares? What kind of joke is this?
It's no joke, Sandy.
Tea shares? Oh, my God!
You have a holding for which there are people willing to pay you 41 shillings.
41 shillings? For 2,000 tea shares?
Not for all of them, Mr. Kinloch. For each one. 41 shillings each. You're a rich man, Mr. Kinloch.
Rich. 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 Rich.
Sandy?
Where am I?
In a clinic. In a private room in a clinic.
Where?
Well, you've had a bit of a collapse.
When?
3 weeks ago. You've had very few lucid moments since.
I remember that there was a policeman. No, not a policeman. Something about tea shares.
That's right.
But I was at an inn in the Highlands. How did you find me?
You told us where you were.
Oh, yes.
Now, why?
I wanted to confess.
Confess to what?
That murder in Ealing.
You didn't do that.
Oh, come on, Peter. Look, my life's worthless. I faced that. Hanging's merely one way of ending it, that's all. I can at least save somebody else's life by confessing.
What are you saying?
Give her a fresh start.
There's only one life to consider at the moment, my lad.
It's too late, Peter.
Listen. That night in Ealing, I saw that your eyes might respond to surgery. You see, Sandy, there are new techniques now. There's only one surgeon in this country who can perform that operation at the moment, and he's here in this clinic.
You mean he might be able to operate on me?
I mean, he already has.
What?
It's done, Sandy. You've had the operation.
It hasn't worked.
Put your hand to your face.
Bandages? You mean I'm still in bandages?
They're to be taken off this afternoon.
Sit down, Mr. Chance. You're making me nervous.
Do you really think he'll come? You said 4 o'clock. He's long overdue.
Only 5 minutes. There. Come in.
My name is Dunn.
Dr. Dunn. I'm Francis McNabb. We haven't actually
I know
met.
you by sight. You followed me on several occasions.
Oh, dear. Not very discreetly, obviously. Mr. Godfrey Chance, the journalist, you already know. Monday, the 15th of January, Ealing.
Yes, I was called out that night.
How do you do?
When did you last see Mr. Kinloch, Dr. Dunn?
Kinloch? Kinloch, I recall having heard the name, but I...
Take a look at this photograph.
Good Lord.
You recognize him.
It's how I remember him before the war.
Blindness doesn't alter a man all that much.
You know he was blinded.
Doctor, you must tell me where he is.
I can't.
The man's in great danger.
All right. He was there when Paget was murdered, but he didn't kill him.
I know that.
Do the police?
He has nothing to fear by coming forward. Without protection, his life is at risk.
Oh, he doesn't give a damn for his own safety. There's a woman.
Ah, the looking glass. The fragment of pocket mirror. You were right, McNabb. La femme.
The woman is shielding him, is she?
Oh, quite the reverse. After being in hiding with him for nearly 2 months, she suddenly dumped him and disappeared. Oh, the man's mad. He was safely out of this appalling mess and he's gone straight back into it.
How? Why?
Oh, the woman bewitched him. He doesn't know who she is, where she lives, nothing, but he's determined to find her.
And that's what he's doing now, searching for her?
I imagine so. He refused to tell me his plans. Didn't want me to be implicated, he said.
You mean he's on his own? A blind man looking for an unknown woman on his own?
She's not unknown to him. He knows 1,000 things about her. The sound of her voice, the inflections of her speech, her likes, her dislikes. Don't forget, it's when we think people can't see us that we give ourselves away. And the blind have a perceptiveness that sighted mortals like us can't comprehend. You say he has plans?
Apparently.
Uh-huh. He'll find her. And I think I know how.
How?
Use your imagination, Doctor. If you were blind, how would you set about it?
But
what? Now what the dickens?
What's so funny?
But I'm not. I was going to say, I'm not blind.
McNabb!
You found him?
Not sure, but there are 8 blind men who've just taken pictures. 5 in the West End, 3 in Knightsbridge.
What are they doing?
Selling matches.
All of them?
Yes, but only one of them might be our man. He's got a book in Braille.
Good.
He's sitting on a camp stool with the book open on his lap, and he's reading aloud from the Braille.
Where is he?
Enderby Gardens, Knightsbridge.
Did you notice if he was anywhere near a dressmaker's establishment?
Dressmakers?
The London season is almost upon us. According to Dunn, Kinloch reckons the lady is in society. She'll be visiting a dressmaker, and regularly. It's the obvious place for him to take his pitch.
But suppose you're right, and suppose she walks past him, how's he going to know? He won't be able to recognise her.
No, but she'll recognise him.
Well, not this chap in Knightsbridge, she won't. He's got thick, dark glasses on, hat pulled down over his eyes.
That's why he's reading aloud, don't you see? He wants her to recognise him by his voice.
Oh, I see.
He's in great danger. The police are still looking for him, and so is someone else. Heaven knows what will happen when the lady realises she's been traced. Let's go and have a look at him.
In the Lord, I put my trust. How say ye to my soul?
There he is.
Brave man. If Paget's murderer finds him, he'll kill him without compunction.
Broad daylight.
He murdered Paget to save his reputation. He'll certainly kill this man to save his neck. If this man is Kinloch.
He says his name's Hollins. I talked to him this morning, past the time of day. Says he's a Cockney bricklayer blinded in the war.
Cockney, eh? Listen. Go and talk to him again.
What should I say?
Anything, doesn't matter. I just want you to knock his hat off.
Knock his hat off?
Yes. Then give it him back and ask if you can try reading the Braille.
Me?
Of course you.
Why do you want me to knock his hat off?
Just do it. Get him to lift his hands off the pages of his book just for a second, and I'll be standing beside you.
Righto.
That's interesting.
What?
Haven't you noticed? He hasn't got a stick.
Well, I'm blowed.
Whatever you do, don't let him know that I'm there.
And a horrible tempest, and this shall be the portion of their cup.
Afternoon?
Oh. Afternoon, Gov. You back again?
You don't forget voices, do you?
Not them as comes along of half a crown, like what you done this morning.
Your ears are as good as eyes. And so are your fingers, I suppose. I wonder if I could see what my fingers make of your... Oh, I'm so sorry.
Here, me hat.
Clumsy of me. Let me dust it for you. Oh,
Me book. Me Bible.
Where's me book? Here it is. No damage. And your hat. I'm awfully sorry to be so clumsy.
It's all right, Gov. All in a daze. Yeah. What's happened to my book? The page is smooth. Here, what's this? Paper? Piece of paper.
There. Good. No, there's nothing there. Feel.
Who's beside me? Who's there?
Nobody.
Yeah, what's going on?
Here's half a crown.
Yeah, what did you flick that paper under my fingers for?
Come on, chaps. Taxi! Taxi!
Yeah, come back. Come back.
Good of you both to come to the yard. That was a crafty bit of work.
Thank you, Inspector.
I can now tell you that the fingerprints on this sheet of paper are not the same as the ones found on the whiskey glass.
Good.
Mark you. They match the prints that were plastered everywhere else in that room at Ealing, but not the ones on the glass.
That proves there was another man there.
And you say that this man's hair matches the hairs in Paget's study?
Same texture and colour as these you, lent me.
Without a lab test, we can't place too much reliance on that. Still...
2 things convince me that this man is Kinloch.
Oh? What are those?
The most changeless feature of the human face is the forehead.
Is it?
You're right, McNabb. Even when you're bald like me, the hairline is always discernible.
Look at this army photograph of Kinloch wearing a Glengarry. Look at his forehead. Our blind friend's is precisely the same.
Yeah. What's the other thing?
He's no more a Cockney than I am.
Oh, his accent convinced me.
His accent, yes. His idiom, no. He said he remembered your voice along of the half-crown you gave him.
What's wrong with that?
That, along of. He used it to mean together with. When a Cockney says along of, he means because of, not together with. You'd get 6 months along of pinching a wallet. Besides, he's a Scot. Did you not hear him put his tongue round the R in righteous?
I'll get my men out there right away.
You're not going to arrest him?
No. He'll be the bait for the big fish. We'll grab 'em all.
So long as someone doesn't grab him first.
Snargrove's just passed us in a police car.
Did you notice? There is no truth in the rumour that Sir Stephen Ware will be nominated for the Bywitch Division.
What are you talking about?
I'm quoting an item from the Eye Opener, January the 15th. It was on Snargrove's desk.
Just now, you mean?
Yes. He's obviously still checking everybody that Paget had attacked in print.
Routine inquiries. Good old Snargrove.
Stop on the corner of Enderby Gardens, cabby.
Right, I go. Spot of bother there, Governor. But look at them 2 coppers.
Pull over, quick!
Right.
Here.
Thanks, Governor.
Inspector Snargrove.
They've got him, McNabb. Snatched him.
How? When?
Sergeant?
Oh, it's not 5 minutes ago, sir. A man and a woman drove up in a Rolls Royce. The lady got out. She's walking past the blind man. Suddenly, she goes as white as a sheet. Then she sort of, took ill, as you might say. Then the man jumped out of the Rolls and rushed to catch her. She was sort of swaying. He put her in the car. The blind man was standing up, and then he grabbed the man.
What?
Well, it's hard to tell who grabbed who, really. There was a bit of a scuffle. I rushed forward, and someone stuck out a foot, and over I went. Time I was up, they'd all driven away.
Descriptions of the man and woman.
Oh, yes, sir.
Was the woman bobbed, shingled, or had she long hair?
Well, it wasn't short, sir.
The man?
Ex-officer in mufti, I'd say.
Number of the car?
Oh, no, sir. Like I say,
Get those descriptions out immediately.
Oh, yes, sir. One other thing, sir.
What's that?
This blind man, he can see.
What did you say?
I swear he could see.
What?
Good Lord! Oh, of course! That's why Dr. Dunn laughed. Those thick, dark glasses he was wearing, surgical lenses, and the absence of any stick. Well done, Sergeant. Did he give himself away to the others, do you think?
Oh, I couldn't say, sir.
A taxi! Taxi!
Hey! Where are you off to, Mr. Chance?
Back to Fleet Street.
No time for that. You and I are going for the big one. The exclusive on the arrest. Once they find he can see, his goose is cooked. Now, Kinloch told Dunn that he reckoned the cottage was somewhere near the Kent coast. He remembered travelling alongside the sea. What we've got to find is a Coast Guard who knows every inch of that littoral from Rochester to Rye.
Right.
You've got details of the place Kinloch described so vividly to Dan.
If I can read my own shorthand.
Right, sir. Ask away. Ask away.
If I can read my notes, Mr. Talbot. Going west, a road down a steep hill. At the foot of the hill, you're suddenly so close to the sea. This is travelling by car. You're in a car. That at high tide, you feel the spray on your face. After about a mile, you turn away from the sea and you don't hear it again.
Oh, this is hard. There's a score of places.
You feel both the spray and the sun on your left cheek.
Oh, well, that's better. Wipes out all North Coast, don't it? Well, sounds a bit like Pegwell Bay, sir.
Pegwell Bay?
No, that can't be right.
Think, man, think. Our life is in danger.
Walmer. Walmer to a T.
Walmer?
No, wait a minute.
It's a shingle beach. Noisy shingle beach.
Well, all the beaches is shingle thereabouts. Leastways till you get to Dymchurch. There's Dover, but that's not a village.
At high water of the spring tide, with the noise of surf, you might hear a trumpet.
A what, sir?
A trumpet, man, a trumpet. Up to your right on higher ground.
Dang me. I know the very spot, then.
You do?
Yeah, Shorncliffe Camp, that is, lies between Folkestone and Hythe. There's the long hill down before you enter Sandgate.
Where on the map? Quick, man, quick.
Oh, now then...
Here it is. Kinloch heard the bugle playing the reveille, and they hadn't travelled far from the cottage when they heard it. So
well,
that
now,
cottage must be somewhere within this radius. And the village is unusual because it's got gates at either end of it. Come on, Chance. We might be just in time. Chance. Shh. Where's Kinloch?
They're all three of them inside the cottage.
What's happening?
That's what's so odd. Nothing.
Still nothing?
No. It's as if they were waiting for someone or something. You can see through the curtains here.
Kinloch's still wearing his dark glasses.
Yes, I don't think they know he can see.
I'm sure they don't, otherwise he'd be dead.
Let's go round the back. We can hear what they're saying through the kitchen window.
My yacht leaves from Dover on the ebb at 11 o'clock.
What time is it now?
You have 30 minutes left, then we leave.
We?
Naturally, I'm taking my wife with me. She pitied you last time, Kinloch, so I spared your life. Now she's in love with you.
Stephen!
And I presume you're in love with her.
You'd be a fool to presume anything about me at this moment.
If Weir tries to make a dash for it, we've got to stop him.
Well, how do we do that?
There's his Rolls Royce over there. Go and smash the lights.
Right.
I hope Kinloch knows what he's doing.
You don't seriously think I'd let you live, do you? You think I destroyed one blackmailer to put myself in the clutches of another? And probably my own wife's as well.
You swine, she's been loyal to you throughout.
She couldn't have given evidence against her husband anyway.
Paget was right. You're not fit to be a representative of your country.
Oh, Paget's little errand boy wants to copy his master, does he? Right. He shall.
Stephen!
Your ears will tell you what that noise was, eh, Kinloch? You remember you heard it before, hmm? You recognize the steel of my knife blade, don't you? Come on, yes, that's right, come on. You know your way around this room, don't you? All those weeks when you were living here with my wife.
Be careful, Sandy. He's moving across the fireplace.
So I see.
What?
I said yes. So I see.
My God. I believe you can.
Sandy! Look out!
No, you don't! What the devil?
Sandy! Sandy, darling!
Get out of my way!
Get him, Chance! Get him!
You can see! You can see!
Don't let him get away!
Stop! Don't you think you can...
Hold him, you young idiot! Hold him! Chance, you all right?
Yes, I'm...
Stay there.
I'm coming too.
What did you say? Did you say, darling?
Did I?
Quickly, we must get an ambulance for Chance.
He's in no fit state to see
I
anyone.
assure you, nurse, he'll want to see me. I'm his boss.
McNabb? Oh, Mr. Matheson.
All right. 5 minutes, no more.
Well, What's it feel like to make the front page?
Painful.
Paget killer caught by chance. Godfrey Chance, ace reporter of the Daily Record, last night...
Who wrote that?
Who else but the Record special correspondent? Inspector Snargrove of Scotland Yard has named Sir Stephen Ware in the Ponsonby Paget case. On the night of the murder, we are informed Sir Stephen had retired early to bed. Then he got up, dressed, and went out to intercept his wife as she was returning from the country. He persuaded her to drive him to Mr. Paget's house in Ealing.
As simple as that. The poor girl was terrified of him. Afterwards, he went back home to bed and in the morning told the servants she decided to stay in the country.
Wait a minute. You can't publish this. It's sub judice. What about his trial?
He's dead.
Dead?
Went over a cliff in his car.
Oh.
But not, I gather, because his headlights had been smashed.
Ah. No, I didn't. Well, there wasn't time. What happened to Kinloch?
Kinloch, I'm sorry to say, is in paradise.
Kinloch was killed?
No. He's gazing into the eyes of his beloved. They tell me that's a sort of paradise. Personally, I'd rather have a biscuit. Now, we've brought you some grapes, and exchange is no robbery. You don't happen to have any in this locker, I suppose?
In The Man in the Dark, dramatised for radio by Gwen Cherryl from the novel by John Ferguson, Kinloch was played by Robert Trotter, Stella by Karin Fernald, Chance by Christopher Schooler, and McNab by Kenneth McClellan. Douglas Blackwell was Matheson, Malcolm Gerard, Sir Stephen Ware, David Graham, Inspector Snargrove, Peter Craze, Dr. Dunn, James Thomason, the Solicitor Spencer, and David Bird, Ponsonby Paget. Mrs. Spedding was played by Shirley Dixon, Talput by Michael Harbour, Inspector Green by Malcolm Reed, Sergeant Howley by Walter Hall, a cab driver by Andrew Sear, and Beaumont by Hayden Jones. Love's Old Sweet Song was played on the cornet by Graham Whiting, and the play was produced and directed by John Cardy.
Carlton Hobbs stars as Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, with Graham Armitage as Alfred Wood. In Roger Waddis's dramatisation, Conan Doyle investigates.
A macabre, unbelievable story, this. But it all happened. My name is Wood, Alfred Wood. In 1906, shortly before Christmas, some papers arrived on my desk at Hindhead in Surrey. They were addressed to my employer, for whom I worked as secretary. His name was Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. At that time, Sir Arthur was still grieving over the death of his wife, Louise, who had died several months previously after a long illness. He was sick with despair, unable to work. But the routine of life went on. I took the papers and the morning mail into him. Good morning, Sir Arthur.
Good morning, Alfred.
Hi, I think we're in for snow.
It started. Snowflakes. She loves to watch them.
Quite a correspondence this morning, sir. Close on 70 letters.
Oh, yes?
There's one from Rudyard Kipling. He says he read Sir Nigel in one gulp.
Did he?
Here we are. From cover to cover I read it, and I put it down, still hungry for more.
That's more than the critics said.
Oh, a good many of the reviews have been very laudatory, sir. I think it'll find its way into the bestseller list.
I doubt it, Alfred. The public seem to think I shouldn't be writing historical novels. They see me as the creator of Sherlock Holmes and nothing more.
Well, it's true a lot of these letters are about Holmes. They want more stories.
They've had the return of Sherlock Holmes. That should content them.
Evidently not, sir. I don't think Holmes can ever die again. He can only retire.
Yes, he's been condemned to life. Oh, well, I suppose I'd better deal with these. Is there anything of a special interest here?
Yes, sir. There's a man who asks for your help. He sent some press cuttings. They're near the top of the pile.
The Umpire? I've never heard of it. Idalge protests his innocence. Who is this man, Idalge?
George Idalge, sir. He's just come out of prison. He served 3 years for killing a horse, but claims he was wrongly convicted.
Does he indeed? Leave these papers with me, Alfred. I'd like to study them.
That was how it started. Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, the world's most famous writer of detective stories, suddenly found himself face to face with a real-life mystery, more bizarre than anything even he had penned. He read every word of the 6 lengthy articles George Idalge had written in the weekly paper, the umpire.
Alfred! Alfred!
Sir?
Have you read these cuttings?
No, sir. Only glanced at them.
They're incredible. If this man is telling the truth, and I believe he is, it's an appalling story. 3 years in prison for a crime he didn't commit and then released without a pardon.
You mean he's still considered guilty?
As far as society is concerned, yes.
That's pretty hard, sir.
Look, I want you to get hold of all the available documents in the case, press reports and so on, especially of the trial. I shall write to anyone who can testify, but first of all to Hidalgo. Either he's guilty or he's not. If he is, he deserves every day of his 7 years, his original sentence. If he is not, then we must have apology, pardon, and restitution.
It could almost be a Holmes story, sir.
No, Alfred. This goes far beyond the invention of any writer of detective fiction. And there's a real human being on the rack here. Now, we're in the presence of an appalling tragedy, and I feel called upon to do what I can to set it right.
And so, in 1906, Conan Doyle took up the case of George Hidalgo, a case that had brought misery and despair to a harmless family living in Great Wireley, an agricultural and mining village 6 miles from Walsall in Staffordshire. The head of the family was the Reverend Shapaji Hidalgo, an Indian who had become a Church of England clergyman. He was married to an Englishwoman, Charlotte. They had a daughter, Maud, and their son, George, was a solicitor with a practice in Birmingham. But their suffering goes back many years before. In 1892, the persecution began, and it went on for 3 years. A flood of anonymous letters arrived at various homes in the district, but above all, at the vicarage.
This one's about me. I swear by God that I will murder George Hidalgo soon. The only thing I care about in this world is revenge, revenge, revenge. Sweet revenge I long for. Then I shall be happy in hell.
No, oh no.
There's more, Mother. Every day, every hour, my hatred is growing against George Hidalgo. May the Lord strike me dead if I don't murder him.
Dear God.
Listen to this one. Do you think, you Pharisee, that because you are a parson, God will absolve you from your iniquities? To hell with your damned wife and your horrid little girl.
Mother!
I will descend into the infernal region shouting curses upon you all.
Now there,
Why?
darling.
Why?
Don't more. It's all right.
It is worse than 4 years ago. I thought we had seen the end of it.
Worse than 4 years ago. In 1888, threatening anonymous letters had been received at the vicarage. Abusive writings about the Hidalgos were found scrawled on buildings and outhouses. But the later letters were different. The earlier ones had been ribald. These were malignant, filled with diabolical hatred for the Hidalgos and a passionate, not to say religious, admiration for the local police.
The following in this district we love truly. The police of Cannock in general, and Sergeant Upton in particular. Hurrah for Upton, good old Upton, dear old Upton, blessed Upton. Stand up for Upton. Ye soldiers of the cross, lift high your royal banner. It must not suffer loss.
Then came the hoaxes. Senseless, practical jokes which went on for 3 years. One said that the vicarage was to be let for the most dubious purposes. Another described the Reverend Hidalgo as a matrimonial agent with a number of ladies on his books whose charms were catalogued in realistic detail. But it was the curious incident of the key, stolen from Walsall Grammar School, which brought matters to a head. On December the 12th, 1892, Sergeant Upton interviewed the Reverend Hidalgo.
You say you found this key on your doorstep? Yes, Sergeant. And you've no idea how it came there? None at all.
Why do you think anyone should steal a key from Walsall Grammar School and leave it at the vicarage?
I cannot imagine.
You cannot imagine. Your son George now, he doesn't go to Walsall?
No, Sergeant, he is at Rugeley School, but that is 6 or 7 miles from
I
Walsall.
know how far it is.
I cannot believe you are suggesting that my...
I didn't say that.
Why should George do that? Why should he steal this key from Walsall and bring it all the way back and put it on his own
It's
doorstep?
my job to ask the questions, sir. And find the right answers, and we'll find them, never fear.
Sergeant Upton made a report, which duly came before Captain the Honourable George Alexander Anson, Chief Constable of Staffordshire.
About this key business, Sergeant. Sir? You make it pretty clear in this report who you think the culprit is.
Yes, sir.
What sort of fellow is he, young George Hidalgo?
Well, he's, funny looking, sir.
Funny? In what way?
It's his eyes, sir. Now, they sort of bulge. And when he looks at you, he doesn't seem to see you. Stares right through you as if you weren't there.
Anything else?
He's very dark.
Huh?
He's Indian, sir. Well, half, anyway.
So I believe. His father's vicar of Great Wiley?
That's right, sir. Now, he's full Indian.
And married to an English woman?
Yes, sir.
There's no hard evidence against young Adalji, I suppose?
Nothing that'd carry much weight in court, sir.
A pity.
Mind you, sir, he could have done it. There don't seem to be any other likely suspects.
It's just a feeling you have about him?
You could put it like that, sir.
Well, that's all policemen have to go on most of the time. Their instinct.
Yes, sir.
Right. Well, that's all, Sergeant. Thank you.
Sir.
January the 23rd, 1893. To the Reverend S. Adalji, Vicarage, Great Wiley, Staff. Will you please ask your son George from whom the key was obtained, which was found on your doorstep on December the 12th?
The key was stolen. But if it can be shown that the whole thing was due to some idle freak or practical joke, I should not be inclined to allow any police proceedings to be taken in regard to it.
What does he mean, Father?
We shall see, George. Captain Anson goes on. If, however, the persons concerned in the removal of the key refuse to make any explanation of the subject, I must necessarily treat the matter in all seriousness as theft.
What is he getting at?
I may say at once that I shall not pretend to believe any protestations of ignorance which your son may make about this key.
Father, I'm not a thief. I didn't steal that key. Why does he make these accusations?
I wish I knew, my son.
The anonymous letters and the hoaxes continued for another 2 years.
Just because you pretend to be learning about law, you think you can play your dirty tricks and everybody keep quiet. But you'll get caught.
Because the police is watching you. Don't you know that, you black swine?
At the end of 1895, the letters and hoaxes were suddenly switched off. Peace came to Great Wiley, and it lasted for 7 years, during which time George had become a solicitor and opened a practice in Birmingham. Then, in 1903...
Someone's killed my cow. They've done 2 of my sheep. A mare in foal, ripped up the belly.
Now the victims were harmless animals, savagely mutilated. And with these outrages came more anonymous letters. Some of them bore the forged signature of a local schoolboy called Gretorix, who was away in the Isle of Man when they were written. But the name of Gretorix was to acquire a special significance later in the story. Madness ran through all these letters. One of them contained a threat which spread terror throughout the village.
Listen to this. There will be merry times at Wiley in November when they start on little girls. For they will do 20 wenches like the horses before next March.
The police have got to do something. Go and see her. Come on, we're going to see Sergeant Robinson. Let's all go. Now. What's all this?
Well, look at this letter. Now they're talking of killing little girls.
We want the swine's court. Now, what are you doing about it, Sergeant? We've got men looking for them every night.
Yes, but it's been going on for 6 months.
Oh, easy. We'll get them. Don't you worry.
A letter for the sergeant.
Sergeant Robinson, you bloated blackguard. I will shoot you with father's gun through your thick head. If you're coming my way, I'll go sneaking to any of my pals.
Dozens of police were drafted into Wiley from all over Staffordshire. It was almost impossible to move about the fields without bumping into policemen, both in and out of uniform. Some were disguised as colliers. Others adopted an even more elaborate disguise. One night, a young girl, returning home from a dance in Cannock, stumbled over a dark object as she was crossing a field.
Who's there? What is it?
It was a horse, or rather a pantomime horse, and the horse spoke.
Hurry along, madam. We're police officers.
In the end, the whole exercise degenerated into chaos. Gangs of young lads poured into Great Wiley from Rugeley, Stafford, and Birmingham to mock the hapless constables. Many of them spent a night cooling off in the cells at Cannock, but no one was arrested for cattle maiming. It was at this stage that Captain Anson took personal charge of operations.
Inspector Campbell? Sir. We don't seem to be getting anywhere on this business at Great Wiley.
We're doing all we can, sir.
It's not good enough, Inspector. Nowhere good enough. I want action, so does the public.
I know. Feeling's running pretty high, sir.
Pretty high? How many men do you have at Wiley, Inspector?
12, sir, including specials. We had to get a couple from Bridgetown. We're pretty stretched.
Make it 20, even if it means taking men off their other duties.
Yes, sir.
You're watching the vicarage?
Yes, sir, every night.
That's where we'll get our man. I'm convinced of it.
You mean that darky, sir?
Yes. I'm damn sure he's behind the killings and those anonymous letters. Oh, they can become lawyers and parsons and doctors, but underneath it all, they're still primitive savages.
It makes you wonder, sir.
Well, you know what to do, Inspector. Get after George Adalji. I want an arrest.
A round-the-clock vigil was kept on the vicarage from the nearby cemetery. Police, hiding behind tombstones, watched every coming and going. At night, cotton was trailed right round the house and examined in the morning to see if it had been broken. It never was. Then, on the morning of August the 18th, 1903, Henry Garrett, a young miner, was crossing a field on his way to work at the Great Wiley Colliery.
Oh, my. Help! Help! Over here!
Hey, what is it, lad?
Look! The pony! They've done the pony.
Well, I got ripped up the belly, just like the others.
All the
Oh,
blood!
I know, lad. And I think it's still alive, poor creature. Let her be shot. Oh, I know what I'd like to do. I'd like to... Who's shouting? What's up? Over here, Constable!
Oh, what's all the... Oh, my. Another one. Now, you find him?
Yes, the madman. Mad beggar.
Oh, we'll get him. The 8th in 6 months. But we'll get him. Now then, where's my whistle?
2 hours later, at the vicarage, the Reverend Adalji was having breakfast with his wife and daughter.
You're not eating, dear.
I seem to have no appetite, Charlotte.
You're not unwell.
Oh, no, but I am not hungry. There's nothing to be disturbed about.
You're worried, aren't you, Father? All these terrible things happening.
It has been a strain for everyone, Maud. We must bear it with fortitude.
I wish it were all over. Get on with your breakfast, Maud. Who could that be? It's barely 8 o'clock.
I'm expecting no one.
A parishioner, perhaps?
It is possible.
Oh, well, I'll go.
No, Charlotte. I will go.
Do you think it is a parishioner, Mama? I can't imagine who else.
This way, please. It is the police, dear.
Inspectors Campbell, Staffordshire County Constabulary, Sergeant Robinson, Constable Harris.
My wife, Charlotte, and
How do you
this
do?
is my daughter, Maud.
Where is your son, George?
He has left for business. He practices as a solicitor in Birmingham.
He always catches the 7:30 train. But what's wrong, Inspector? Why do you want to see him?
Another animal was cut up last night, a colliery pony, not half a mile from here.
Oh, no.
What has this to do with George?
Perhaps you could tell me something of your son's movements last evening.
He came home from his office in Birmingham at the usual time, about 6:30. He brought some papers home with him to work on. He often does.
And he stayed in all night?
No.
Ah, he went out again, did he?
Yes, but...
What time would that be?
Well, I'm not sure, Inspector. I was working in my study. Charlotte,
It was shortly after 8 o'clock. He said he was going to the bootmaker's at Bridgetown.
He said he was going there.
Well, I'm sure he did go there.
That can be confirmed if we could have the bootmaker's name.
Oh, excuse me, sir. It's John Hand. I know because I take my boots there for repair.
Right, Constable. Perhaps you'd ask him to corroborate.
Yes, sir.
Not now, man.
No, sir. Sorry, sir.
Now, sir. What time did your son return home from his trip to the bootmaker's?
I am not sure.
I remember, Father. It was about 9:25.
How can you be sure of the exact time, miss?
I was in the hall when he came in. He asked me whether we had started supper yet, and I said no, we'd be having it in a few minutes. We usually eat at 9:30.
And did you last night?
Yes.
And after supper, did your son go out again?
No. We talked for a little while, and then we went to bed.
Inspector, why are you asking all these questions? My son has done nothing wrong. He is a man of respect, a member of the legal profession.
Reverend Adalji, a serious crime has been committed. It's my duty to make inquiries, and you will all be helping me in the performance of that duty by answering some of my questions. Now, madam, I understand you to say that your son, George Adalji, retired to bed sometime after supper. possible, is it not, that he left the house again sometime later without you knowing?
No, Inspector. Quite impossible.
Why do you say that?
Because he sleeps in the same room as I do.
Is that your normal practice?
Yes. It has been so for about 17 years.
My daughter Maud here has been in delicate health since she was a child. I sleep with her in case she should need me during the night.
I see.
I am a light sleeper. I suffer from lumbago. If my son had left the house at any time, I would have known it. I would have heard him unlocking the door.
You keep your door locked. Why?
I have always done so, as many people do. To keep unwanted visitors out.
Or to keep your son in.
What are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting nothing. I'm merely asking. Is your son in the habit of roaming about at night?
No, he is not.
I'd be obliged, madam, if you would show me any outer clothing belonging to your son and his outdoor boots.
Oh, really?
It's all right, Shepardji. Let us do as the inspector asks.
Constable, go with Mrs. Aldalji.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant, see how the men are getting on in the garden.
Very good, sir.
The garden? What are they doing in the garden?
Looking for buried weapons. Oh, Sergeant, if they've drawn a blank, have a look around the house.
Yes, sir.
You won't find anything, Inspector.
Why, is it hidden?
No, I didn't mean
There
that.
is nothing to find. Nothing.
We shall see. If I have to take this house apart brick by brick...
This is intolerable. We are not criminals.
Father, don't upset yourself.
I am a man of God.
Then you should have nothing to fear, sir.
These are George's things, Inspector.
Put them on the table, will you, Constable? What have we got here? These boots. Are they the one your son was wearing when he went out last night?
Yes, I believe so.
Yeah, still wet, I see, and muddy. And these trousers are in the same condition?
Well, yes, he was wearing those.
Let's see this coat. Yeah, there are stains on the sleeve.
Oh,
Look.
but they're food stains.
Are they? These white stains could be animal saliva from a pony. And these dark spots could be blood. Anyway, we shall see. We shall have this coat tested.
But George never wore that coat to go out. It is an old house coat.
Then why is it still damp?
Well, it cannot be. Let me feel it. No, it is not damp. You are mistaken, Inspector. It is perfectly dry.
And I say it is damp. Yes, Sergeant.
Nothing in the garden so far, sir, but I found these things upstairs.
Let's have a look at them. The case first. Now we'll have it open. Razors. Cutthroat razors.
They are mine.
This one's got blood on it.
But that is not blood, can't you see? That is rust.
We'll test it, too. What have we got here? Looks like a dagger.
I believe it belongs to the young lady, sir. Haven't I seen you out with it?
Yes, but it's not a dagger.
And what is it?
A trowel. A botany trowel. I use it for collecting specimens.
What kind of specimens?
Wild flowers and other things.
Huh? What about this box?
It's a vasculum.
A what?
A vasculum.
And what's a vasculum?
I keep these specimens in it.
It's a dangerous kind of thing to me. Now, this coat. There's a hair there. It looks like a horse hair.
No, it's just a piece of thread. You're right, Mother. I'm sure it's a roving.
How about this, then? That's a horse hair, all right.
I don't see anything. Let me take it to the window. No, I don't see anything.
And I say there is, Mr. Aldalji. I'm taking this coat with me.
You may take it, Inspector. I am sure you will find nothing on it.
I came here to find evidence, and evidence I shall find.
Evidence of what?
Your son's guilt, Mrs. Aldalji.
Later that day, Inspector Campbell and another policeman travelled to Birmingham for the purpose of calling on George at his office in Newhall Street.
Come in. Mr. George Aldalji.
Yes?
We're police officers. I'm Inspector Campbell. This is my sergeant.
What's the trouble, Inspector?
We're making some inquiries about a horse that was maimed at Great Wireley last night.
Oh, yes, I heard something about it when I was coming to business this morning.
Mr. Aldalji, I visited your home this morning, and your mother showed me certain clothes belonging to you with marks and stains upon them.
Well, it was probably an old coat I wear about the house, and you might find some grease on it.
These were white stains, sir.
It might be milk or oatmeal.
We also found hairs on the coat. Now, how do you explain these things?
They must have come through the material.
I think not, sir. These were horse hairs.
Then I must have got them from leaning on gates and fences where horses have been.
I'm not satisfied with your explanations, Mr. Aldalji. I'm taking you into custody.
Taking me into custody? What for? What are you charging me with, Inspector?
Willfully mutilating a pony belonging to the Great Wireley Colliery sometime during the evening of August the 17th.
You're not obliged to say anything now, but we must caution you that anything you do say will be written down and may be given in evidence.
But where's your evidence? You have no evidence. What time was this done?
I can't hold a conversation with you now. We don't want to search you here, but I must ask you to let us have your pistol.
Pistol? I have no pistol.
Then what's that on the desk, sir? That's a pistol, isn't it?
That's a railway carriage door key.
We were only joking. Now, I want you to go with me to the Birmingham police office.
I'm not surprised at this. I've been expecting it for some time.
Have you got that, Sergeant?
Yes, sir. I have. It's all down.
The next day, George appeared before the magistrates at Cannock. A prima facie case was made out, and the prisoner committed for trial at the Staffordshire Quarter Sessions on October the 20th, 1903.
George Adelgy, you are charged with having, on or about August the 17th, 1903, at Great Wiley in the county of Staffordshire, maliciously wounded a horse, the property of the Great Wiley Colliery Company Limited, and with having, on or about July the 11th, 1903, at Hensford in the county of Staffordshire, sent a letter to Police Sergeant Robinson threatening to murder him. How do you plead to these charges? Guilty or not guilty?
Not guilty.
Sir Reginald Hardy, presiding, was a county justice who had had no legal training.
Your Honor. Yes, Clark. What is it? The prosecution is waiting, sir.
Oh, yes. Mr. Distano, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, members of the jury, this is no ordinary case. Yet the facts I submit speak for themselves. Briefly stated, they are as follows. A pony was found maliciously wounded early on the morning of August 18th in a field near Great Wiley Colliery. The prisoner was seen out of his house between 9 and approximately 9:30 on the night of the 17th. Police testimony will be given to this effect. Another feature of the case, to which the prosecution attaches considerable importance, is that a number of anonymous letters have come into the possession of the police. For testimony in this matter, I should like to call Mr. Thomas Gurrin. Mr. Gurrin, what is your profession?
I am a chirographist.
In layman's language, a handwriting expert.
That is correct.
And a very eminent one, I think it would be true to say.
I believe I enjoy the esteem of my fellow professionals.
Quite. You have examined the anonymous letters sent to the police and to other people accusing George Adelgy of maiming cattle, horses, and sheep.
I have.
Were some of these letters addressed to Adelgy?
They were.
Were you able to form an opinion as to the authorship of these letters?
I was.
Were they all, in your judgment, written by the same hand?
They were.
Whose hand?
George Adelgy's.
He wrote some of these letters to himself?
Yes, but in a disguised handwriting.
Exactly so.
One moment, Mr. Disternal.
Your Honor?
The jury will no doubt wish to hear an explanation from you as to why the prisoner should write letters to himself, accusing himself of these crimes.
I was coming to that, Your Honor. It is our contention that the object was to bring him into contact with the police so as to ascertain all they knew about the crimes.
I see. Please continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. It is your considered opinion, then, Mr. Gurrin, your expert opinion, that all these anonymous letters were penned by the accused.
It is.
There is no doubt in your mind on this score.
None whatsoever.
Thank you, Mr. Gurrin.
Less than a year later, this expert was to admit that his testimony had helped to send an innocent man, Adolf Beck, to prison in 1896.
We now come to another outrage. The killing of a horse on September the 21st. The defense will no doubt say, and fairly say, that that crime could not have been committed by the prisoner because he was lying in Stafford jail at the time. I will, however, ask the jury to suspend their judgment in reference to this matter until they have heard the whole of the case. The letters which will be read will show that the writer of them was not acting alone, but in conjunction with some other person. And I put it to the jury, if there were a gang operating in the way suggested, what was more likely than that one of its members should commit a similar outrage in order to create evidence for the defense?
Later, Inspector Campbell was cross-examined by Mr. Vachel, defending counsel.
Mr. Campbell, have you discovered who killed the horse on September the 21st?
No, sir. I beg your pardon, sir. We have an idea.
Have you made an arrest?
No, sir.
Has anyone admitted to you that he did it?
Yes.
Is that person in court?
He is here.
Brought here by the police?
Yes.
What is his name?
John Harry Green. He lives at Green Farm. Yes, the farmer's son.
Green was never prosecuted. He was allowed to leave the country and go to South Africa. Defense cross-examined Police Constable Cooper.
Constable, you have said you traced the prisoner's footmarks from the vicarage to the field where the horse was found.
Yes, sir.
When did you do this?
Sometime after 9:30 on the morning of August the 18th.
When the ground had been trampled in all directions by miners going to work and by curious sightseers.
There were other footprints, yes, sir.
Yet you managed to single out those of the prisoner from all the others.
Yes, sir.
A remarkable feat, which you seem to have accomplished in true Sherlock Holmes fashion.
Order! Order!
Now, could you describe how you compared the print made by the prisoner's boots with the ones you found?
Well, I put the boot by the side of the print, flat on the ground, pressed it down with both my hands, and then I eased the hand near the heel and pressed it down with the hand nearest the toe.
You put the boot by the side of the print, not in the print itself.
No, sir.
I see. Please go on.
Then I measured the print together with some more and compared them with those made by the boot. They seemed to be the same.
Seemed, Constable?
Yes, sir.
Constable, you say you measured these impressions?
Yes, sir.
With a foot rule or some such instrument?
No, sir. I had no rule with me.
Then how did you measure them?
With bits of stick, sir.
Oh, great. Bits of stick?
Yes, sir. And a straw.
If there are any more interruptions, I shall have the court cleared. Carry on, counsel.
Bits of stick and a straw. I see. And with the aid of these accurate measuring tools, you judged those prints to be identical with those made by the boot belonging to the accused.
Yes, sir.
That is all.
It is now 7:30. Do you have any more witnesses, Mr. Vagshaw?
No, Your Honor.
Then the court is adjourned until 9:30 tomorrow morning. You are Dr. J.H. Butter, a police surgeon.
I am.
What did you find on the prisoner's clothing taken from the vicarage?
I examined the jacket, vest, and a piece of skin cut from the horse. On the jacket I found some reddish stains which on being tested proved to be mammalian blood.
That is the blood of an animal which suckles its young.
Yes, that is right.
What else did you find on the clothes?
I found 29 hairs on the jacket and 5 on the waistcoat.
Did you compare them with the hairs on the strip of skin taken from the horse?
I did.
And with what result?
I found them to be similar in color, length, and structure to those on the piece of skin.
Thank you. Does the defense wish to cross-examine?
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Butter, you described the stains on the clothing as being mammalian blood. How do you distinguish the two, animal blood and human blood?
It's not possible to make such a distinction.
You cannot tell the difference.
No, there is no known test whereby animal's blood can be distinguished from that of a human being.
Or a human blood stain from a splash of blood from underdone meat?
No, you could not tell.
Thank you for being so clear on this point. How did you obtain the clothes and the piece of horse's hide?
They were brought to me.
By the police?
Yes.
In separate containers?
No, together in a sack.
So, the clothes and the piece of skin were bundled up together in the sack, possibly for several hours.
I believe so.
Now, Dr. Butter, I should like you to think carefully before you answer my next question. Is it not possible that the horse hairs you found on the coat and vest came to be there through having been rubbed off from the piece of hide in the sack?
I cannot say for certain.
That was not my question. I asked you, and I repeat the question, is it not possible that the hairs came to be there in the way I described?
Yes, it is possible.
I deny that I had anything to do with the mutilation of the horse on August the 17th, nor was I connected with the outrage in any way. or with any of the other outrages.
You were offered bail. Why did you refuse?
I did not feel inclined to accept it because of the commotion which the case had aroused. This would have made it difficult for me to go backwards and forwards to business without being the object of curiosity and possibly hostility. I also felt that another outrage might be committed while I was in prison.
And you would have an alibi.
It would have been clear that I could have had nothing to do with it.
At the time of your arrest, you are reported as saying, "I am not surprised at this. I have been expecting it for some time." Is that correct?
Yes, I did say that.
I suggest that these were remarks that a man might use who had something on his conscience.
No, I had no such thought.
Were these the remarks of a guilty man, as the prosecution contended? Or were they those of a man who felt he had been marked down as a victim? One question haunted George's mind.
Was there a deliberate plot to ensnare me?
It is difficult, in summing up, to overestimate the importance of detecting those guilty of these outrages which have created a reign of terror in Great Wirely and disgraced the fair name of the county. I would add that I consider it very remarkable that no apparent motive has come out in this case other than that suggested by the Crown. Would a man go to such lengths to gain notoriety? That is a question for you, the jury, to decide. You must banish from your minds anything you might have read or heard about the case and rely entirely upon the evidence put before the court. You will now retire to consider your verdict.
The jury were out for 50 minutes.
Have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
How do you find the prisoner? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty, with a recommendation to mercy on account of his position.
George Edalji, you have been found guilty of a serious offense, and the court believes the verdict to be a right one. As to the recommendation for mercy on account of your position, we have on the one hand to consider this recommendation, and on the other, the disgrace which these outrages have inflicted on the county. I therefore sentence you to 7 years penal servitude.
Oh, no!
Mother, son, prisoner, remove him from the court.
And so George Edalji became prisoner D462 in Lewis Jail, where he spent 6 months making feed bags for horses. Then he was transferred to Portland, and all the while the outrages against animals and the anonymous letters continued.
My name is R.D. Yelverton, formerly Chief Justice of the Bahamas. I have a petition for the Home Office. It carries the signatures of 10,000 people. They include hundreds of lawyers and barristers.
A letter from Captain Anson, Chief Constable of Staffordshire, to R.D. Yelverton.
It is right to tell you that you will find it a simple waste of time to attempt to prove that George Edalji could not, owing to his position and alleged good character, have been guilty of writing offensive and abominable letters. His father is as well aware as I am of his proclivities in the direction of anonymous writing, and several other people have personal knowledge on the same subject.
Could you please give me the names of these several other people?
There was no reply. George's name was struck from the roll of practicing solicitors. Then, on October the 16th, 1906, with 4 years of his sentence still to run, events took a new and mysterious turn.
D462.
I have a name, Mr. Marriott.
Now, let's hear your lip. Come on, lad, up. The governor wants to see you.
See me? Why?
Probably wants to ask you if you need an extra pillow. Now, go on. Don't keep him waiting.
Oh, very well.
Come in. Prisoner D462, sir. Edalji.
Right. Bring him in, Mr. Marriott.
Yes, sir. Inside.
Edalji, I have some news for you. I am to tell you that you are shortly to leave Portland. You will be transferred to Pentonville Prison in London, from where you will be released.
Release?
Yes. Within a week, you will be a free man.
Now, steady that.
Would you like a chair, Edalji?
No, no, thank you, sir. I'm all right. It's just a shock.
I understand. It is unexpected. There's something else I have to tell you. On the day of your discharge from Pentonville, you will have to report to Scotland Yard. They will want to know where you're staying in London. You will have to report to them every month and let them know at once if you change your address.
Why do I have to report, sir, if I've been pardoned?
No, Edalji, you have not been pardoned. You are to remain under police supervision.
Why? Am I innocent or guilty?
You will be a discharged convict. More than that, I cannot tell you.
I don't understand.
That is all, Edalji. You may return to your cell. Mr. Marriott?
Sir. Go on.
Oh, thank you, sir.
After his release, George remained in London. Unable to practice as a solicitor, he picked up his pen and began a series of articles on his case for the Umpire, a weekly paper.
Released on a 4 years ticket of leave on the 19th of last month, after serving 3 full years out of the 7, to which I was so unjustly sentenced.
These were the articles which Sir Arthur Conan Doyle received from George Edalji towards the end of 1906. From then, until well into the new year, Sir Arthur devoted all his time to studying the case.
You know, Alfred, when I received the knighthood, I did so believing that nothing should ever be allowed to disturb the established order of things. But I'm afraid that belief no longer stands on firm ground.
Because of this case, sir?
Yes. There are times when justice demands that we raise our voices against authority, whatever the cost may be, whatever the pain of shattered illusions.
But supposing Edalji is innocent, sir, how could there have been such a terrible mistake?
Mistake? It might be something worse. And judicial crimes are not done with impunity, even to the most humble. Somehow, somewhere, there comes a national punishment in return. Well, I'm familiar with the published facts of the case. Now we must meet the young man himself.
Yes, sir. Where shall we fix the rendezvous?
I think the Grand Hotel Charing Cross. Book us some rooms and arrange for George Edalji to meet us there.
Excuse me, sir. Could I help you?
Yes, we're meeting someone here in the foyer, Mr. Edalji.
Oh, yes, sir. I think you'll find him over there,
Where?
sitting by the window.
Oh, yes, I see him. Thank you. Good heavens.
What is it, sir?
Do you notice the way he's reading that newspaper?
Yes, sir. How very odd. He's holding it close to his eyes. His head is sort of twisted on one side.
Yes, most significant. Well, let's go over and introduce ourselves. Edalji?
Yes? Sir Arthur Conan Doyle?
Yes, and this is my secretary, Mr. Alfred Wood.
How do you do?
Very pleased to meet you, sir.
Sir Arthur, I can't tell you how grateful I
please.
am.
I'm only too glad to help you in any way I can, and I'm honored that you should ask me.
I turn to you because I know you have helped other people. I don't know anyone in London.
And London is a terrible city to be friendless in. Well, you're not without friends now.
I know, Sir Arthur. If you hadn't responded...
we won't talk of that. I'm here now. Let's go to my room. There are many questions to be answered. Alfred?
Sir?
Please make a note. I want you to purchase a 6-inch ordnance survey map of the Great Warley district.
6-inch ordnance survey. Right, sir, I've got that.
And get on to Mr. Kenneth Scott of Manchester Square. He's an eye specialist. Ask him whether he'd be kind enough to make an evening appointment for Mr. Edalji as soon as possible. This report from Mr. Scott confirms my own diagnosis, Alfred. Here we are. Right eye minus 8.75 diopter sphere, minus 1.75 diopter cylinder axis 90 degrees. Left eye minus 8.25 diopter sphere.
I'm afraid all that's a bit beyond me, sir.
Well, in plain language, it means that George is terribly short-sighted. In fact, I don't recall a case of myopia as severe as this when I was in practice as an oculist.
But if his eyes are that bad, sir, how could he have possibly done those crimes?
How indeed. Alfred, will you please look up a good train to Great Warley this afternoon?
Are you going there, sir?
Yes. I want to meet the family. And there are a number of inquiries I have to make.
Very good, sir. I'll see to the ticket.
Not ticket, Alfred. Tickets. I'll need you with me.
Yes, sir.
But if they still think George is guilty, why did they let him out of prison?
If we knew that, Reverend, we would understand many other things. One can only surmise. But I'm of the opinion that the authorities have compromised with their consciences. I believe they were shaken by all the agitation, especially by such journals as Truth.
I am afraid there has been very little of that in the case against my son, Sir Arthur.
How was George looking when you saw him?
Not too badly, Mrs. Adalji, considering his ordeal. He's been under a great strain. But then you all have.
Yes, indeed.
It must have been a difficult time for you.
It's been a nightmare. What made them pick on George? He could never have done those horrible crimes. When I sat in court and heard them accusing him, I felt I was going mad. We've never harmed anyone. Why did they say those terrible things? Why?
I think I can tell you in a word. Prejudice. Racial prejudice of the most vicious kind. You and your family are the victims of a malignant disease.
And it is not yet over.
You mean the attitude of the villagers?
Yes, Mr. Wood. Oh, most of them have been very kind. But there are always those who will pass by on the other side.
Yes, that's the nature of the world, I'm afraid. Your position here as vicar can't have been easy.
Perhaps we are being tested in some way. It has been a heavy cross.
And one that you've borne with honor. I was convinced of your son's innocence before I came here. But now, having met you all, I'm doubly certain that a great wrong has been done, and I shall do all I can to get those in authority to admit it.
May God guide you.
Sir Arthur, do you think we shall ever know who did those horrible things?
Perhaps we shall, Miss Adalji. We must pursue the trail and see where it leads us. But now, we must go.
Yes, we must.
Won't you and Mr. Wood stay for supper?
No, thank you. You're most kind, but we have work to do. Could you please tell us how to get to Bridgetown?
I will show you the way.
Well, good night to you all.
Sir Arthur? Thank you.
Courage, Mrs. Adalji. Come, Alfred.
Oh, evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Mr. Hand?
That's right, sir.
Mr. John Hand?
That's right. What can I do for you?
Oh, it's a matter of some importance. This is Mr. Wood.
How do you do? Sir?
And my name is Arthur Conan Doyle.
Conan Doyle? Not thee, Sir Arthur. Here, wait a bit. Let me find you somewhere to sit.
Oh, no, please don't trouble yourself, Mr. Hand. We're here because we think you can help us with some inquiries we're making. On behalf of Mr. George Adalji.
Oh, yes?
I believe you were a witness at the trial.
I was, sir. But they tell me he's out now.
Yes, he is. But in very strange circumstances. His present position is far from satisfactory. Now, I'd like you to take your mind back 3 years and more.
Yes, sir.
You testified that Mr. Adalji brought some boots to you for repair on the evening of August the 17th, 1903, the night of the crime.
That's right, sir. About 8:30 it was.
You have a good memory, Mr. Hand.
Oh, I could never forget that, sir.
He left the vicarage at about 8, so it took him half an hour, which is approximately the same time it's taken us. How long was he here for, do you remember?
Oh, 5 or 10 minutes. We chatted for a while, then he left. Said he was expected back for supper.
It's probably asking too much, but do you happen to recall what kind of coat he was wearing?
Yes, I can tell you that too, sir. It was dark blue serge.
Good heavens, fancy remembering a detail like that.
Oh, not at all, sir. It was the outdoor coat he always wore.
Oh, then Mr. Adalji was a regular customer of yours.
Oh, yes, sir. He'd been coming here for years.
What sort of man would you say he was?
Well, very pleasant gentleman, sir. A bit shy, but very friendly. Oh, and very civil. Always called me Mr. And. Well, you know what I mean.
I do indeed.
Politeness costs nothing.
Yeah.
If anybody hereabouts wanted any help with legal matters, well, he'd always give it.
And what did you think of the verdict at the trial?
Well, if you want my opinion, sir, it was all wrong. He wasn't guilty, not Mr. Adalji.
Why do you say that?
Well, I knew him. I remember one day he came in when I cut my hand. Funny how these small things stick in your mind. Well, I had a bandage on and the blood was showing through. Oh, he seemed terribly upset. No, he could never have done the things they say he did. He couldn't hurt anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Hand. You're a good judge of character, as well as an excellent craftsman, judging from these boots here.
Thank you, sir. Very kind of you to say so.
You've been most helpful. Good night to you.
Good night, Mr. Hand.
Oh, and to you too, gentlemen.
Salt of the earth, sir.
Yes, that was the whole problem.
Problem, sir? I don't understand. For whom?
For the police, my dear Wood. Can't you picture him giving evidence in court as strong and reliable as the materials of his trade? If he said 8:30, 8:30 it was. If he said George was wearing a blue serge coat, It couldn't possibly have been his grey house jacket. No jury on earth could have failed to believe him. Is it any wonder that the police had to fall back on the even more ridiculous proposition that George crept unnoticed from a locked bedroom and committed the crime at 2 o'clock in the morning?
Remarkable.
Self-evident, my dear Alfred. All that remains now is to demolish their theory by practical experiment. Are you feeling energetic?
Oh, I'm game for anything, sir. What do you have in mind?
A walk. Over there, about 3/4 of a mile away, judging from our map reading, is the field where that poor beast was mutilated. What we shall do is to follow the route George is supposed to have taken that night.
Oh, very well, sir.
Right. Off we go.
This bank's a bit steep.
You need a hand up, Alfred?
No, thank you, sir.
Oh, careful now. There's a ditch here. Oh, and another fence out here. Mind the barbed wire. All right?
Yes, fine, sir. Oh, quite an obstacle, of course.
I think we're approaching the field now.
Oh, yes, there's the colliery.
Now, somewhere here must be the spot where the pony was done to death.
I'm quite puffed.
And we're both active men, Alfred. Imagine this course being run at night by someone who's nearly blind and with a score of police scouring the neighborhood.
Pretty far-fetched notion, isn't it?
It's grotesque. And to think this all-important point was not even raised at the trial.
Do you know what this reminds me of, sir?
Huh?
Who would associate crime with these quiet fields?
Ah, yes. It is my belief, Watson, founded upon my experience, that the lowest and vilest alleys in London do not present a more dreadful record of sin than does the smiling and beautiful countryside.
Oh, you horrify me home.
But the reason is very obvious. The pressure of public opinion can do in the town what the law cannot accomplish. And there is a step between the crime and the dock. But look at these lonely houses, each in its own field, and think of the deeds of hellish cruelty, the hidden wickedness, which may go on year in, year out in such places, and none the wiser.
Now, what was the name of that story?
I'll give you a clue. Vegas Sylvatica Cuprea.
Vegas Sylvatica? Oh, of course, the copper beaches.
Right. But that was fiction, Alfred. The case of the Indian solicitor is fact. But now we must get back to the Star Inn. I have a night's work ahead of me. Come in.
Sorry to disturb you, sir. But it's gone 2 o'clock. You really ought to get some sleep.
No time for that. The Daily Telegraph want these articles by Thursday morning. Incidentally, they're going to be non-copyright. I insisted on that.
I see your point, sir.
The whole country is going to know the truth. Bigotry. That's what we're up against. And the chief constable, I regret to say, is the chief offender.
Why do you think Captain Anson has this hostility against George?
Because of his colour, my dear Wood, because of his colour. For no other reason, and it goes back 15 years. Anson has infected the whole of his police force with his ideas.
Shocking business.
Yes, and I've said as much in this article. Now then, in all details, this seems to me to form a kind of squalid Dreyfus case. The parallel is extraordinarily close. You have a Parsi instead of a Jew, with a young and promising career blighted. In each case, the degradation from a profession and the campaign for redress and restoration. In each case, questions of forgery and handwriting arise, with Esterhazy in the one and the anonymous writer in the other. Finally, I regret to say that in the one case you have a clique of French officials going from excess to excess in order to cover an initial mistake, and that in the other you have the Staffordshire police acting in the way I have described.
You know, you've had your nose in that Telegraph since lunch. What are you reading?
Damned interesting article.
May I?
Do.
Thank you. The case of Mr. George Dalgy. Special investigation by Sir A. Conan Doyle. Heavens, there must be all of 10,000 words there.
And the same yesterday.
Good, is it?
Fellow Augustus Casewell, I'll say that. Would have made a good lawyer.
Or an MP?
No, that I doubt. Too passionate by half.
All heart and no head, eh?
No, he has both. An unpopular combination in the House.
Ah, there goes the division bell.
I've come to report, Sergeant.
Ah, yes. Name of Idalgi?
That's right.
Still at the same address?
Yes, 2 Mecklenburg Street.
All right. Sign here.
Thank you.
I see you're famous.
Oh, yes, the Telegraph articles.
Got old Sherlock Holmes on the scent, eh?
Sir Arthur Conan Doyle has been very helpful.
He's wasting his time.
He believes I'm innocent.
Oh, does he now?
And I am.
All right. See you next month.
Listen! Listen to this! Listen! Now we turn to the last tribunal of all. A tribunal which never errs when the facts are fairly laid before them. And we are the public of Great Britain, whether the thing is to go on. That's what Conan Doyle asked in his paper. And we, the Society for Law and Order, ask whether all this agitation against the authority is to go on. The writing is on the wall, plain for all to see. Is it rude? Oh, you can laugh, sir. You can laugh. But you won't be laughing when the fabric of our society is torn asunder. Beware those who would undermine the forces of law and order for their own ends. The creation of anarchy. Rubbish! It is far from rubbish. I tell you, Conan Doyle is playing a dangerous game, defending a convicted criminal. Oh, George Adelgy is no ordinary criminal, I grant you. He's a very clever man. He's won gold medals, and he's written a book on railway law. But, whose side is he on? Liverpool! We live in perilous times. We are surrounded by enemies who seek to destroy us. And what better way than by spreading unrest and disaffection? We have the finest police force in the world. What right does Conan Doyle to cast a slur on their integrity?
Mind you, Wood, I deprecate a public outcry, but we have no alternative. The door's been shut in our faces, and we must force it open.
I rather think the Home Secretary has his shoulder to it on the other side, sir.
Then we shall see whose is the stronger. I fancy it'll be mine. If it were his father now, the grand old man, I'd be taking on a mountain. But Herbert Gladstone? He's a foothill.
My dear Sir Arthur.
Mr. Gladstone, I'm obliged to you, sir, for this interview.
Not at all. My pleasure. Please be seated.
I need hardly tell you that my concern over the case of Mr. George Adelgy is shared by many of our fellow citizens.
Yes, I gather the correspondence columns of our newspapers are somewhat fuller than usual.
It is not merely a question of letters to the press, Mr. Secretary, sir. Expressions of disquiet have come from many distinguished quarters.
And all without cause or foundation, I assure you.
You will have difficulty in assuring me, sir. There are questions to be answered.
Then ask them, my dear fellow.
Who was responsible for deciding that Adelgy should go free but remain guilty?
That is a question that I'm afraid I cannot answer.
Pray, sir, why? Is it a state secret?
It is a matter of political prudence.
You outrun me, sir.
Surely not, Sir Arthur. There are always political considerations in these matters. I'm sure you understand that. You stood for Parliament twice, did you not?
Yes, and was defeated twice.
Regrettably.
Perhaps it was just as well. I could never really imagine myself as second to a party, or as thinking that all virtues lay with one set of men.
You raise a philosophical question.
Now let me raise another, and it's a very simple one. Do you intend to re-examine the case of Mr. Adelgy?
There is no simple answer to that.
Why not, sir?
There are practical difficulties. We have as yet no provision for appeals against criminal convictions, although, of course, such a reform has been under consideration since the unfortunate case of Adolf Beck.
Another innocent man who was sent to prison.
As you say.
Do you mean that Adelgy's sentence must stand because there is no legal machinery for dealing with it?
As regards a retrial, yes.
It's monstrous.
It is unfortunate, but that is the law.
Then the law must be changed.
That is a matter for Parliament.
You are the Home Secretary.
And my hands are tied.
Then we shall have to untie them, sir, even if it means calling a protest meeting in Trafalgar Square.
I would never have imagined you in the role of a public agitator, Sir Arthur.
There are times, Mr. Home Secretary, when it is criminal not to agitate.
I am saddened to think that you should regard me as an enemy. I sympathize with your predicament.
Not mine. Adelgy's and his families. They are the ones who are suffering.
Your concern for them is admirable.
though I cannot share your certainty that there has been a miscarriage of justice in this case.
But you will admit, sir, that these are exceptional circumstances.
They are, I agree, not normal.
Yet you will do nothing.
No. Something can be done. I am prepared to appoint a special committee of unbiased men to examine and report on this case.
And there will be public hearings?
No useful purpose would be served by such an arrangement. The atmosphere would be too highly charged with emotion. The sessions will be held in camera, but the committee will study all relevant data, and they will be asked to make recommendations as to what course we should take.
If any.
If any.
Well, it's something, but it's not ideal.
Nothing is ideal in this world, Sir Arthur.
And have you decided to do this in response to public pressure?
Oh, no. The government never submits to pressure of that kind.
Inform the House when we may expect to hear the names of the members comprising his special committee to inquire into the Adelgy case and their terms of reference.
I am grateful for the opportunity to reply to this question, and I am pleased to tell the House that the committee referred to has now been appointed. It comprises 3 members, eminently qualified for this responsible and, may I say, onerous task. They are Sir Arthur Wilson, P.C., Mr. John Lloyd Wharton, and Sir Robert Roper. Their brief is to examine all the evidence in the case, to apprise me of their findings, and to recommend such action as they consider necessary or desirable.
The Staffordshire Advertiser, March the 2nd, 1907. Sir Robert Roper takes the view that the inquiry should be public. The proposed committee would have no power to call witnesses or administer an oath, and he does not see his way to act as judge or jury in trying the question of the guilt or innocence of Mr. Adelgy without the legal power of summoning witnesses. Sir Robert adds that his colleagues entirely concur with his views. The Home Office announces that Sir A. de Rutzen, Chief Metropolitan Magistrate, has consented to take Sir Robert's place, and the examination of the papers is now proceeding.
Alfred, where's my who's who?
Here, sir.
Thank you. Now then, who is this new member of the committee who has managed to allay the doubts raised by the outspoken Sir Robert? Here we are. De Rutzen Albert, Baronet. Oh.
Something wrong, sir?
Yes, Alfred, disturbingly wrong. I fear we can no longer expect an impartial verdict from the new Gladstone Committee. The Home Secretary assured me it's composed of unbiased men.
And isn't it?
Well, I say nothing of the other 2, but the new 3rd member cannot be described as a wholly disinterested party. Do you know who Sir Albert de Rutzen is?
Judge, sir.
Yes, and something else besides. He happens to be a second cousin of Captain Anson, Chief Constable of the County of Staffordshire.
Good gracious, what an odd coincidence.
Coincidence, my dear Wood? And is it also coincidence that Sir Reginald Hardy, who presided over the court which sentenced George Adelgy, has a wife whose maiden name was Gladstone? No, for she is a cousin of Mr. Herbert Gladstone, the Home Secretary.
Good heavens. No wonder they say blood's thicker than water.
Yes, and never more so than when it's blue. Come in.
Your letter, sir.
Oh, thank you, Alice.
And a postcard.
Sir Arthur, look, she...
Give me a hand, Alfred. Now, let's get on to the couch.
What's wrong with her, sir?
Well, it's some time since I was in general practice, but I'd say she's fainted. Pulse sluggish. Oh, would you please get my salver, Atlas?
Yes, sir.
Now, what made her do that? She was handing me the postcard. Oh, where is it? Ah, yes, here it is. Oh, I see.
Here we are, sir.
Thank you, Al. I'll just sprinkle a few drops on my handkerchief. Let her inhale.
Where am I? What?
It's all right, Alice. Don't try to get up.
What happened?
There's nothing to be alarmed about. You fainted.
Oh.
She isn't ill, is she, sir?
I don't believe so. I'd say she was suffering from delayed shock. Am I right, Alice?
Oh, no, sir. Really, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yes, sir. Please, sir. Can I get back to work?
In a moment. Now, why did you faint?
I don't know, sir.
I think you do.
No. honest, sir.
I think you read this postcard before you came in, and the contents upset you.
Oh, sir.
There now. There's no need to cry. It's all over.
Oh, Sir Ralph. Oh, I don't know what you must think of me.
I think your curiosity is stronger than your constitution.
Oh, I feel so ashamed.
Then we'll say no more about it. How are you feeling now?
Oh, all right, sir. Thank you.
You think you can stand?
Yes, sir.
Now, steady. Steady.
Oh, I really am sorry, sir. Please forgive me.
I do, Alice.
I don't understand, sir. Why should a postcard make a feint?
Read it.
God, filth.
Posted in Great Whalley, you'll notice. And if we look through these letters, I shouldn't be surprised if, as I thought, another communication from the same source and in the same hand. Let's see what it says. I know from a detective of Scotland Yard that if you write to Gladstone and say you find Adalji is guilty after all, they'll make you a lord next year. Is it not better to be a lord than to run the risk of losing kidneys and liver? Think of all the ghoulish murders that are committed. Why then should you escape?
Oh.
The punctuation's atrocious. And there's more. Adalji wrote all the letter, you blind fool. Don't you know he was at school with that blasted Gretorix?
Ah, that's the boy whose signature was forged on some of the letters.
Right. It goes on now. There was no education to be got at Walsall where that bloody swine Aldous was high school boss. The proof of what I tell you is in the writing he put in the papers when they loosed him out of prison, where he ought to been kept along with his dad, an old black and yellow-faced Jew.
Oh, unspeakable. What wouldn't I give to meet him face to face?
You'll have to forego such an encounter for the time being, Wood. Oh, meanwhile, please be good enough to hand me that box file.
Yes.
And my magnifying glass.
There you
Thank you. Here we are now. The 1903 letters bearing the forged signature of young Gretorix. It's a pity we don't have the originals, but these photographs will serve our purpose. Now, if we compare them with the missive I've just received and the postcard, I fancy we shall find... Yes, my assumption was correct. There's been a clumsy attempt to disguise the handwriting, but there's no mistaking the similarity.
By heaven, sir, yes, you're right.
Yes, and there's something else that's always intrigued me, Wood. After the anonymous letters of 1892 to 95, there was silence, wasn't there, for nearly 8 years. Then they started again. And in this very first letter received in 1903, there are several lyrical references to life at sea. And the same allusion is made in several of the others. Well, here, for example, if they ever catch me for the murder, I think they'll not hang me, but send me to sea.
Now, start.
Now, what else do these letters tell us about our Mr. X?
He's foul-mouthed and illiterate.
Oh, that certainly. But they also tell us, do they not, that he went to Walsall Grammar School and that he hated the headmaster. I think we may safely assume that that's who he means when he talks about the high school boss Aldous. And I'm equally certain that X was in some trouble at school, hence his unbridled animosity towards the head. Now we come to Gretorix, the boy who had nothing to do with the affair.
Oh, I remember, sir. He was away in the Isle of Man at the time.
He was. And he, too, was a pupil at Walsall Grammar.
I've just remembered something else, sir. The key that was found on the doorstep of the vicarage.
Capital. Yes, that, too, came from the school at Walsall. You see how all our clues point in the same direction? It is there, my dear Wood, that we shall find the center of the maze. Mr. Aldous, you were formerly headmaster of Walsall Grammar School, I believe.
Yes, Sir Arthur, during the 90s.
Yes. You must have had hundreds of boys passing through your hands during that time.
Oh, many hundreds.
And no two were alike?
As you say, each one was an individual, and I remember them all.
Good. Then you won't mind my asking...
We're like elephants, you know, we teachers.
Thick-skinned, eh?
Yes. No, not exactly.
I believe Mr. Aldous was alluding to the widely held notion that elephants have good memories.
Yes, I was.
An erroneous belief. But do you happen to recall any pupil who was particularly out of the ordinary, abnormal?
Oh, yes.
You do?
Chadwick. Remarkable boy.
Tell me about it.
He came from quite humble background. His father was a forester, but he had an astonishing intellect. Fluent Greek and Latin at 15. Went to Cambridge, gained a tripod.
No, that wasn't what I...
Do you know why they call it a tripod?
Yes, because of the custom whereby a B.A. known as Mr. Tripos sat on a three-legged stool and disputed in the philosophy school at Cambridge on Ash Wednesday.
Excellent.
But I didn't mean exceptional in that way. No, I was referring to...
Athletic prowess? Oh, we had a number of outstanding boys. But chiefly I remember Dawson. He ran for Britain in the second Olympic Games in Paris in 1900.
No, Mr. Aldous, I'm afraid we're talking at cross purposes. By abnormal, I meant not conforming to accepted standards of behavior.
Oh, you mean a boy with antisocial tendencies?
Precisely.
That kind of thing was not tolerated at Walsall. At least not while I was there. Of course, standards may have slackened since.
But you must have had some pupils like that, surely.
Not that I recall.
Oh, think, man, think. Much may depend on it.
This is quite pointless, Sir Arthur.
Mr. Aldous, there's a man's whole future at stake here, and the well-being of his family. Now, I urge you to cast from your mind all considerations which you might mistakenly feel are to your discredit, and concentrate on the single question, was there such a boy as I described?
Let me think. Yes, I remember now. He was only there for a couple of years.
Yes?
I had to expel him because he was an incorrigible liar and innately vicious. He had a particular taste for using a knife. He used to rip up cushions in trains and pull out all the horsehair. He later became apprenticed to a butcher. Then he went to sea, I understand, and served for a time on a cattle boat. Oh, there was a mad streak in him. He did mad, senseless things.
What things?
Oh, forging letters.
His name, Mr. Aldous. What was his name?
I can't remember.
Oh, try.
No, it's gone. I'm sorry.
Well, it's a lot to expect.
It was 15 years ago.
You did your best. Come, Alfred. Good day to you, sir.
Wait.
What?
Sharp. Yes, that was it. Sharp. Royden Sharp.
Why should anyone want to implicate your son, Mrs. Gretrix?
Spite, if you ask me. But it doesn't make any sense, whichever way you look at it. Bobby wouldn't do a thing like that, writing those horrible letters. Besides, he wasn't ever here at the time.
No, we know.
Proper mystery it is.
Yes, indeed. Your son was at school in Walsall with George Adalji, I believe.
Yes, he was.
Do you think Adalji was behind it all?
Well, I know they said he was. And they sent him to prison for it, but... Oh, I don't know. It never seemed right to me. George Adalji and my Bobby were chums. Bobby often brought him home for tea. Very polite lad he was. Oh, it's a real old jigsaw puzzle, the whole thing. I've never been able to work it out.
Nor can we hope to until we have all the pieces. Tell me, do you happen to remember a young man by the name of Royden Sharp?
Remember Royden Sharp? I'm not likely to forget him, especially that time when all the cattle maiming was going on.
What happened then, Mrs. Gretrix?
Summer it was. I've known the Sharps for years, and I'd gone round to their house, for a chat. We were talking about the poor animals, and Royden was there. Well, he'd been away at sea for 7 or 8 years and come home 6 months previous. He seemed to get very excited when the animals were mentioned. Kept saying George Adalji had done it. In fact, he had it in for the whole family. Don't ask me why. Anyway, he got up all of a sudden. He went to a cupboard and got out a funny kind of knife. Big thing it was. Never seen anything like it.
Could you describe it?
Well, it didn't come to a point. More rounded it was, with a sort of bump at the end of the blade.
Go on.
And then he said, "Look at this. That's what they kill the cattle with." Oh, I felt quite ill. And the look on his face. Oh, I couldn't describe it.
As though he enjoyed telling you about it.
That's right, sir. That's it exactly.
How did you know that?
It was obvious, Wood. We're dealing with a man of sadistic propensity.
The knife was a horse lancet. Conan Doyle managed to get possession of it. How, we need not inquire. He had his methods. He made a sketch of it and included it with a report he sent to the Home Secretary.
The case against Royden Sharp. The wounds in all the outrages up to August the 18th were of a very peculiar character. In every case, there was a shallow incision. It had cut through skin and muscles, but had not penetrated the gut. Had an ordinary cutting weapon been used, it must certainly, in some instance, have penetrated far enough to pierce the gut with its point or edge. Note that the blade of the horse lancet is very sharp. yet it could never penetrate more than superficially. I submit this very large horse lancet, obtained by Royden Sharp from the cattle ship, as being the only kind of instrument which could have committed all the crimes. This seems to me in itself a complete case, and if I, a stranger in the district, have been able to collect it, I cannot doubt that fresh evidence would come out after his arrest. He appears to have taken very little pains to hide his proceedings, and how there could at any time have been any difficulty in pointing him out as the criminal is to me an extraordinary thing.
Conan Doyle submitted his detailed and carefully reasoned report to the Home Office and awaited their reply. In May 1907, the findings and recommendations of the Gladstone Committee were made public. Mr. Ernley Blackwell of the Home Office.
The committee reports, in our opinion, the conviction was unsatisfactory, and we cannot agree with the verdict of the jury. On the other hand, we agree that Idalgi was the writer of the letters of 1903, and that he has, therefore, to some extent, brought his troubles upon himself.
I demand to see the Home Secretary.
The Home Secretary is not available, Sir Arthur. I am acting for him.
And who might you be, sir?
My name is Ernley Blackwell. I take it you've come about Idalgi.
I've come to protest about this outrageous verdict. I say to you, sir, and I say to Mr. Gladstone, that these miserable findings are an affront to the civilized conscience. Idalgi has therefore to some extent brought his troubles upon himself. What meaningless rubbish is this?
I must ask
And why
you,
has the Home Secretary decided that no compensation can be granted? It's intolerable, and I'm not alone in thinking so. Countless members of Parliament have shown their concern by their questions in the House. One pressed the Home Secretary to confirm that Idalgi was innocent. And the answer? It is a matter of opinion. It was not a matter of opinion when the Gladstone Committee declared Idalgi guilty of writing the anonymous letters. And on what evidence? On that of a single so-called expert.
Really, Sir
Why
Arthur...
has no action been taken against Royden Sharp? Why has nothing been done about my report? If you've taken the trouble to read it,
I have.
then you'll know there's a prima facie case.
I know nothing of the kind. Our law officers advise us that there is no case against Sharp. You have maligned an innocent man.
Innocent?
Royden Sharp is no more guilty than I am.
You are guilty, sir, of willful blindness. Sharp wrote the letters and Sharp did the killings. No other verdict is possible.
I would advise you, Sir Arthur, not to persist in these allegations.
Mr. Blackwell, do you maintain that George Idalgi is raving mad?
There is no indication to that effect.
Has there ever been any suggestion that he's mad?
Not to my knowledge.
Then do you seriously suggest that he sent me 7 violent letters threatening my life?
I can do no more than refer you to the Gladstone Committee's report. Here we are, page 6. These letters can have only a very remote bearing on whether Idalgi was rightly convicted in 1903.
Mr. Blackwell, it was always apparent to me that the criminal in this case was insane. I am now beginning to wonder whether insanity has spread to the Home Office.
You have heard my final words, Sir Arthur. The case of George Idalgi is closed.
It is not closed. I will not leave the job half finished.
Once more, Conan Doyle charged into battle. During June to August, he wrote further articles in the Daily Telegraph, asking,
Who wrote the letters? I have just received a most careful and weighty report upon the Idalgi documents from Dr. Lindsay Johnson, the well-known expert who assisted Maitre Labori to unravel the mysteries of the Dreyfus bordereau. Could the forged Greatorex letters of 1903 have possibly been written by Mr. George Idalgi?
The letters signed Idalgi and Greatorex have nothing in common. The former are those of an educated man. They exhibit no errors in spelling or style. The handwriting is that of a man who has written precisely in the same way, which shows a writer of regular and orderly habits, and every full stop is inserted. The forged Greatorex letter is in a cramped and apparently disguised hand. It is unquestionably the style of an uneducated man, irregular in his habits. It is practically unpunctuated throughout.
Dr. Lindsay Johnson also had specimens of Royden Sharp's handwriting obtained by Conan Doyle. Everything pointed to Sharp as the author of the anonymous letters, and it was an independent verdict.
I have purposely avoided reading your articles in the paper, lest they should bias my mind.
The conclusions to which you have come are exactly the same as my own, though founded upon a far closer scrutiny and upon more elaborate methods.
The case of George Idalgi is closed.
George paid a final visit to Scotland Yard.
Mr. Adalji, nice of you to drop in.
I've come to say goodbye.
What?
I've been pardoned, Sergeant, didn't you know?
Me? How can I be expected to know anything? So I won't be seeing you again.
Not unless you need legal advice.
Oh, going back to that, are you? Thought you'd been struck off.
The Law Society have readmitted me.
Well, I'm blowed. I suppose I will be hearing about this officially.
Yes, I'm expecting a letter of pardon from the Home Secretary.
Look, tell me something. What made him change his mind?
The truth. And someone to fight for it.
George Adalji remained in London, gaining his livelihood from a humble legal practice in the Borough High Street, Lambeth. But he was never cleared of the charge of writing anonymous letters. He never received a penny damages, nor to this day has the Home Office acknowledged that there was a miscarriage of justice. No one could give George back the 3 years he had spent in prison, or take away the anguish of his persecuted family. But George's sufferings, brought home to the country at large through the efforts of Conan Doyle, were not wholly in vain. They led directly to the creation in 1907 of the Court of Criminal Appeal, after 32 previous attempts to set up such a court had failed. On November the 2nd, 1911, Sir Arthur wrote to his mother, "I have written to the new Home Secretary about Adalji. I'll win that fight yet."
I was wrong. I had underestimated the strength of the enemy. The sad fact is that officialdom in England stands solid together, and that when you are forced to attack it, you need not expect justice, but rather that you're up against an unavowed trade union, the members of which are not going to act the blackleg to each other, and which subordinates the public interest to a false idea of loyalty. What confronts you is a determination to admit nothing which inculpates another official, and as to the idea of punishing another official for offenses which have caused misery to helpless victims, it never comes within their horizon. Oh, Elsie, sir, could you get me a list of all the chemists in the Great Wireley area? I shall need to write to them.
Very good, sir.
The fight goes on.
Indeed, sir.
And go on it did. Proof of this can be found in a letter written to a chemist in Cannock and presented by his son-in-law in 1971 to the Victoria Theatre, Stoke-on-Trent, where this play was being staged.
Undershore, Hindhead, Hazelmere, August the 31st, 1907. Dear Sir, could you tell me if anyone has purchased aniseed, either as balsam or in any other form of late? It is, as you know, used to attract horses, and may have been so in this case. Of course, such a purchase may have been quite innocent, but I should be obliged if in this crisis you would submit to me for my own information the name of any male customer who has recently bought such preparations. The public good must be my excuse for troubling you. I am, dear sir, yours truly, Arthur Conan Doyle.
In Conan Doyle Investigates by Roger Waddis, Carlton Hobbs played Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, with Graham Armitage as Alfred Wood, Brian Hewlett as George Adalji, Edward Kelsey as the Reverend Shapoji Adalji, Penelope Shaw as Charlotte, and Susan Tracy as Maud. Captain the Honourable George Anson, Sir Reginald Hardy, and others were played by Paul Chapman, Inspector Campbell by John Malcolm, Thomas Gurrin, Mr. Aldis, and others by George Woolley, and Sergeant Upton by Ralph Lawton. Dr. Butter and others by Arthur Pentelow, Mr. Disternal and Mr. Herbert Gladstone by Peter Yapp, and Mr. Vachel, Dr. Lindsay Johnson and others by Basil Jones. Also taking part were Gerald Turner, Daniel Bryan, and James Duckett. Production in Birmingham by Anthony Cornish.
We present Donald Wolfett, James McKechnie, and Norman Shelley with Harcourt Williams and Austin Trevor in Libel by Edward Wool. It is a spring afternoon in London, the year 1927. The court of Mr. Justice Tuttington at the Royal Courts of Justice, King's Bench Division, is in full session and about to begin the trial of an action for libel. For the plaintiff, Sir Wilfrid Kelling, KCMP. For the defendants, Mr. Thomas Foxley, KC. There's a plan of the courtroom on page 44 of the Christmas edition of the Radio Times. Page 44. You, the listeners, are to form the jury.
The jury are sworn in the case of Ludden and the Daily Gazette.
Mr. William Bale, the junior counsel for the plaintiff, has risen to open the case formally by reading the pleadings.
May it please your lordship, members of the jury. The plaintiff, Sir Mark Ludden Bart, by his statement of claim, is claiming damages from the defendants, the proprietors, printers, and publishers of the newspaper called the Daily Gazette, in respect of a libel alleged to have been published of and concerning him in the said newspaper. The defendants in their defense state that insofar as the said words consist of allegations of fact, they are true in substance and in fact. And insofar as they consist of expressions of opinions, they are fair comment made in good faith and without malice upon the said facts, which are matters of public interest. On those pleas issues are joined, and those are the issues which you have to try.
May it please you, my lord. Members of the jury, in this case, I appear with my learned junior, Mr. Bale, for the plaintiff, Sir Mark Ludden. And the defendants, who are the proprietors of that well-known, I might almost say that notorious newspaper, the Daily Gazette, have the advantage of being represented by my learned friends, Mr. Foxley and Mr. Hemsby. It is an action of the very greatest public and private importance. In view of that most unusual importance, I deliberately propose to let the facts speak for themselves at this stage. You shall learn the story from the witnesses, not from me. And I shall defer to a later stage the comment, which I have no doubt you will consider a libel of this character so flagrantly provokes and so abundantly justifies. The plaintiff is Sir Mark Ludden, the third baronet of his name, the fortunate inheritor of one of the finest and oldest properties in Norfolk. The short question in this case is whether the plaintiff is entitled to that rank, that name, that estate. I might go further and say you will have to decide whether Sir Mark is entitled to be the husband of his wife or the father of her child. Let me read you the libel which gives rise to this action. The paragraph is headed Political Imposture and continues. The legislator recently returned to the House of Commons as Sir Mark Ludden Bart MP is not a baronet, not even a Ludden, and can hardly be accurately described as a member of Parliament, as he secured his return by practicing on the electorate the same deliberate fraud that he practiced on his wife. Now remember, members of the jury, that those terrible allegations were published in the columns of the Daily Gazette and must have reached almost everyone identified with its enormous circulation.
Did they appear in some so-called society paragraph?
No, my lord. They appeared with special prominence in a paragraph on their main page. The jury will, of course, have copies of the paper later.
I see. Thank you, Sir Wilfrid.
Members of the jury, I'm not going to insult you by explaining the libelous imputations conveyed by those words. You may ask yourselves what motive could underlie them, and you will perhaps not be surprised to learn that Sir Mark had successfully advocated politics of a creed opposed to those intermittently promulgated by the defendant newspaper when conducive to their own circulation.
I thought my learned friend, Sir Wilfrid Kelling, informed us he was proposing to let the facts speak for themselves.
I am flattered by my friend Mr. Foxley's attention to my observations. Yet even so, members of the jury, you may like to remember that if Sir Mark Ludden is not Sir Mark Ludden, his child Ronald will never be Sir Ronald Ludden, and those broad acres and family dignities would pass to another, Captain Gerald Ludden. Let me say just one word in reference to that gentleman, members of the jury. At first impression, you might expect me to call Captain Ludden in support of my case. He, at least, should be reasonably familiar with and certain of his own cousin's identity. Things are not always what they seem. He is, I understand, in court. Ah, yes, there he is. But I tell you frankly, I shall not call him. It may be that you may have the fallacious surprise of seeing him called by my learned friend, Mr. Foxley. I hope you may. I should very much like to ask Captain Ludden some questions in reference to the history of this litigation.
I'm much obliged for my learned friend Sir Wilfrid's anticipations of my case, however intelligent.
Well, members of the jury, we must wait and see if the defense dare to do so. But as far as my case is concerned, I shall call the plaintiff, Sir Mark Ludden, and I shall then formally produce his nearest relations in support. First and foremost, and naturally, his wife, Lady Ludden. And then there may, of course, be others. But you will not forget that the defendants have what is known as justified their allegations. That is to say, they have come here prepared to prove their truth or to pay for their recklessness. What evidence they may have to support such literally unprecedented suggestions, I know not. But I do not envy my learned friend the task he has undertaken in endeavoring to sustain them in this court and before an English jury.
Mr. Mark Ludden.
Take the testament in your right hand. You swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
The evidence you shall give.
The evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
You are Sir Mark Ludden, 3rd Baronet of Ingworth Hall in the county of Norfolk.
That is so.
You were educated at Eton and Sandhurst, and thence obtained a commission in the Rifle Brigade.
Yes.
I think you went to France with your battalion in August 1914.
Yes.
Then you were wounded and taken prisoner at the Battle of the Marne.
I was.
What wounds did you sustain at that battle, Sir Mark?
I was shot through both thighs and badly shell-shocked.
I believe the farm in which you lay wounded was set on fire by the enemy's guns, and you were nearly burnt to death before you were rescued by the enemy.
Very nearly.
What effect did that terrible experience have on you?
Those few hours that summer afternoon turned my hair grey, almost white, as you see it now.
Yes. What happened after you were taken prisoner?
I was in a German hospital for 3 months, and then sent to an officers' prison camp at Hobheim.
When were you released?
I was never released. I escaped in October 1918. I reached the Belgian frontier 3 days before the armistice.
Right, sir. And then?
Then I made my way fairly easily to the English lines and was invalided home.
What did you do then?
I retired from the army. I had a long rest cure. After 6 months or so, I was as well as I suppose I shall ever be, and I married my wife.
You have recently entered public life and were last autumn elected Member of Parliament for the Raynham Division of Norfolk.
Yes.
We don't want to introduce politics, but is it right to say that your party does not enjoy the support of the Gazette?
Not even in its most versatile phases.
Yes, yes. What is the present state of your health?
Oh, subject to a bit of a limp, I can indulge in any reasonable physical effort.
Now, what about mental effort?
Oh, I suppose I mustn't say too much about that. I don't complain, you know. Apart from memory.
What of your memory?
I have practically no recollection at all of events or persons before my imprisonment.
We shall hear what the doctors say about it, but roughly they attribute it to shock. Shell shock and the shock of your experience in that fire on the Marne.
Yes, I don't doubt they're right.
Now, I want to turn for a moment to the libel, which is the subject of this action.
Yes?
The jury have heard the allegations of which you complain, Sir Mark. Is there a word of truth in them?
They're an infamous lie.
Has anyone else any right to your title, estates, or position?
No, not a soul in the world.
Has any member of your family at any time displayed any difficulty in identifying you?
Not one. Until this paragraph appeared.
Apart from you and your son, who would come into your property and title?
My cousin, Gerald Ludden.
On what terms have you been?
Oh, most friendly terms until about 18 months ago.
What caused the rupture?
A certain poor type of Canadian was at the same camp with me. About 2 years ago, he turned up at Ingworth Hall and began trying to blackmail me by asking for...
Really, my lord, I'm most reluctant to interrupt my friend or his witness, but aren't they going rather beyond the limits of relevance?
I'm always anxious to oblige my friend, my lad. But, Sir Mark, we won't go into the blackmail incident.
No, very well.
I'm much obliged to my learned friend. I know that he's always most
The
anxious.
rules of evidence are really rules of brevity. We must try for our own sakes to observe them.
Now, I think I have only one more question to put you, Sir Mark.
Yes?
How did you first learn of this libelous publication?
Oh, I had dozens of copies sent me by friends and constituents, but I first read it in my own copy of the paper. You see, I happen to be a registered reader of the Gazette. I don't agree with its views, but I've always liked all sorts of fiction.
Thank you, Sir Mark.
So you've always liked all sorts of fiction, have you?
Yes, Mr. Foxley, I said so.
You've indulged that liking to a rather abnormal extent, haven't you?
Oh, what do you mean?
I am suggesting that ever since November 1918, you've indulged in the unscrupulous fiction of being an English baronet.
That's an infamous libel, Mr. Foxley, for which your clients will have to pay.
Of being the lawful owner of the Ludden estates.
Another damnable lie, a damnable lie.
Come, Sir Mark.
And most unscrupulous fiction of all, of being entitled to woo and marry your wife.
My wife doesn't require the protection of the gutter press.
On my instructions, I am not so sure.
Your instructions?
Now, before we go any further, I want to be quite clear that you don't wish to suggest to the jury that any physical or mental disability, prison or escape experiences could possibly make you believe you were someone other than yourself.
No, I do not.
You sustained no injury that could make Frank Welney honestly believe he was Sir Mark Ludden.
Of course not.
Whom did you say, Mr. Foxley?
Frank Welney, my lord.
Who is Frank Welney?
If your lordship would allow me to explore that in my own way.
Certainly, Mr. Foxley.
You, Sir Mark, at least have heard of a man called Frank Welney.
Certainly.
He was a Canadian officer.
I believe so.
Did you ever know him?
Yes. I was at the same prison camp in Germany.
So I believe. For how long?
Nearly 4 years.
And when did you last see him?
Let me see. It would be...
Yes, well, now let me try and help you. Did you shave yourself this morning?
Yes? Why?
Didn't you see him then?
What do you mean?
My lord, it isn't necessary for my friend to be so deliberately offensive in the form of his question.
I must assume that Mr. Foxley is only cross-examining from his instructions, which of course would involve... Well, I think you must let him pursue his own line, Sir Wilfrid.
I'm much obliged to my learned friend for his attempt to assist me to conduct my case. And now, Sir Mark, I will call you that for the moment.
Oh, thank you.
I am suggesting that you are Frank Welney and that he is you.
It is a shameful lie without any foundation at all.
And that because you are Welney, you know what became of Ludden.
I refuse to answer that suggestion.
The jury will perhaps hear of a number of actions committed by Welney, which I suggest were committed by you because you are, in fact, Welney.
It is a vile fabrication.
Oh, then it would be a waste of time for me to put them to you specifically. You would deny them all.
Naturally. I've sworn to tell the truth.
I will ask your lordship to make a note of that reply.
Certainly.
In the interest of time, I think I can dispense with a very large number of those other questions.
I am sure the jury will appreciate any condensation which has that result.
If your lordship please. Now tell me, Sir Mark, who was Frank Welney?
He described himself as a captain in the Canadian infantry.
When did you first see him?
When I was at Hobheim prison camp. He arrived a few months later.
And when do you say you saw him last?
When we escaped together in November 1918. We got parted.
Got parted?
Yes.
Now, why did you get parted?
We missed each other in the dark.
You missed each other in the dark, yes. Well, is that really all you can tell me of how you separated?
Absolutely all. Very easy to get lost in the dark. The other fellows had got hold of civilian clothes, but I hadn't. I was in uniform, so we had to move by night.
Now, did anything happen between you and Welney before you missed each other?
No. What do you mean? What could have happened?
The jury may hear later what could have happened. Was anyone else in the party of escape?
Yes, a man called Buckingham.
And who was he?
He called himself a Canadian officer.
Called himself a Canadian officer?
Yes.
I gather that to one so thoroughly imbued with the traditions of the English baronetage, his credentials were not impressive.
No, they were not.
Well, then, that was the party. Sir Mark Ludden, Buckingham, and Welney.
Yes, myself and the Canadians.
And when did you start?
In October 1918.
Where from?
Hobheim.
Where did you separate?
On the Belgian frontier.
When?
November 1918, about a month after we started.
How did you separate?
I've told you, we lost each other in the dark.
Which got lost first?
Buckingham went off first to forage for food. He didn't come back.
I see, yes. That left Ludden and Welney together. What happened then?
Welney went off to look for Buckingham. He never came back either.
Oh, both got lost that same fatal night.
Or killed?
Killed. That was it, was it?
I don't know. I only mean Welney. I know Buckingham is alive, and so do you.
Who do you say was killed, Welney or Ludden?
I will not answer that question. You know that I am alive.
Oh, yes, I know you're alive. Well, now, did you make any inquiries at the time about your, shall we say, mislaid companions?
Yes, of course I did.
And you've never heard from either of them since?
Not from Welney.
Do you think that they're dead or alive?
I know Buckingham is alive.
What of Welney?
Oh, I've no doubt he is dead.
Why?
Well, I'm sure I should have heard from him if he'd been alive.
Would it be a relief to you to learn that he was alive?
I tell you, it's impossible. But of course, I don't want anyone dead.
I wonder. Perhaps. Well, we shall see. Now you've told us that you know Buckingham is alive.
Yes.
How is that?
He suddenly turned up at Ingworth Park 2 years ago, and he tried to blackmail me.
To blackmail? Now, why should he want to do that?
You know perfectly well, Mr. Foxley. Your clients have been primed to the brim with his allegations.
Well, if they have, they want the jury to share their knowledge. What were his allegations?
That I was not myself.
Now, who did he think you were?
He pretended to think I was Welney.
Welney? Now, would you please describe poor Welney's appearance to the jury?
Oh, nothing peculiar. Very ordinary-looking fellow.
Oh, now, come. I don't want you to be unduly modest. Was he not, in fact, remarkably like you?
No.
Well, then I'll put my question to you in another way. Wasn't he remarkably like Sir Mark Ludden?
I never noticed it.
You never noticed it?
Never.
Did other people notice it? Quite sure?
Yes.
I wonder if you remember whether Sir Mark Ludden ever wrote home.
You mean, did I?
Well, if you like to put it that way.
Not often. There were great difficulties in getting letters through.
Now, I wonder if you know whether Sir Mark ever wrote to his cousin Gerald.
Did I? Certainly not. At least, not that I remember.
Would you look at that letter? The usher will pass it to you. Go.
Thank you.
Now, is it dated 10th of May, 1916?
Yes.
It seems to be addressed to your dear cousin Gerald.
Yes.
And to be signed Mark Ludden. Do you happen to remember Sir Mark's signature?
I'd forgotten. I must have written.
Oh, no. I'm not suggesting that you did. But it looks as though Mark Ludden did.
You needn't be so offensive. Of course it is my letter.
Is it?
Yes.
Well, will you please read the last paragraph to the jury?
Certainly. There are only 2 other British prisoners here, both Canadians. The prison staff affect to see a remarkable resemblance between me and one of them called Welney. I can't see it myself. I told you I didn't.
Read on to the jury, please.
Welney himself is quite laughably interested in the similarity. Almost feels one of the Ludden family already.
Almost feels one of the Ludden family already. Yes. Well, that must have struck you as highly amusing.
Let me look at that letter.
Now, doesn't that letter recall anything to you?
No, it's a long time ago.
Oh, that is a pity. Now, I wonder if you remember any physical peculiarities about this man, Welney.
No, I can't say I do.
No. Well, then I shall have to try and help you.
Thank you very much.
I'm lucky enough to have an official description of Welney from the Canadian Army records.
Most fortunate.
Now, let's see if it helps us at all. Height, 5'10". That's about your height, isn't it?
And a good many millions besides?
I dare say. But if Welney had happened to be only 5'6", he couldn't have been you. Blue eyes. Now, what color are yours?
Can't you see for yourself?
And so can the jury, if you will be good enough to look at them. Thank you. Blue. Thick crop of gray, almost white hair. Now, how would you describe yours?
How would you describe yours if you'd been through what I went through?
To what date does this official description of Welney relate, Mr. Foxley?
The year 1915, my lord.
Suppose a man's hair had not been grey then, it might well be very grey after all these years, Mr. Foxley.
I am aware of that, my lord, but...
If indeed it had not largely disappeared, as it has for so many of us.
The point is, my lord, that Welney's was prematurely grey so long ago as 1915.
It may be my fault, Mr. Foxley, but I don't see how that is going to help us.
It is a link in the chain, my lord.
Don't they say the strength of a chain is that of its weakest link?
Yes, my lord. I hope my chain will bear whatever weight I put on it.
Yes, well, we must wait and see. Yes, Mr. Foxley?
Now, this Welney was also apparently a man who'd lost the first 2 joints of the first finger of his right hand.
Had he?
Oh, do you mean to suggest to this court that you don't remember that quite well? Come,
Oh,
come.
yes,
come.
yes, I do remember now. Oh, yes, he had lost a finger. Most of us at that camp had been wounded. We didn't take too much notice of each other's wounds.
Now, I see by my records that a court-martial found that Welney's was a self-inflicted wound. You know what that means?
Perfectly.
For which Welney was reduced to the ranks.
Very properly, I should say.
Oh, I'm glad we have some sentiments in common. How did you lose yours?
My finger, do you mean?
Yes. By a curious coincidence, you've lost the first finger on your right hand.
I don't know about coincidence, but I'm not ashamed of my wound.
How did you lose yours?
My finger was shot off by a chance German bullet when I was escaping.
When you were escaping? Yeah. Now, that would produce the interesting result that no one who was at the prison camp with you could remember that Sir Mark Ludden had lost a finger.
Of course not. But I do, Mr. Fox.
Would you mind holding your right hand up to the jury so that they may remember, too? Thank you. Now, I wonder if you remember my solicitors asking if you would submit to a medical examination.
Perfectly.
Why did you refuse?
Because I regarded it as an infamous suggestion that any gutter rag should imagine that a gross libel gave them the right to demand a physical inspection of anybody's body.
And that was done under my advice, Mr. Fox.
I'm sure it was most excellent advice, Sir Wilfrid. Well, now I'm going to read to the jury something else from this official record of the unfortunate Frank Welney. Has the initials F.W. tattooed on his right forearm.
Had he? Yes, yes. Now I come to think of it, yes, I remember he was tattooed.
I wonder if you would mind showing my lord and the jury your forearm.
What is your suggestion?
Oh, I'm glad to make it clear. I definitely suggest your right forearm has the letters F.W. tattooed on it.
I don't want to conceal anything. I'm quite prepared to admit my arm is tattooed. And has some letters on it. But not those.
May we see for ourselves what they are?
Really, my lord, is it necessary for me to submit to every insult from counsel?
Mr. Foxley is only doing what he is entitled to regard as his duty for his clients.
Do what Mr. Foxley asks, Samad.
Very well. The heck, while I pull my sleeve back.
The letters on F.W. No, we don't. Yes, thank you. Would you show your arm to my lord and the jury?
As far as I can see, the initials tattooed on the plaintiff's arm are not F.W., but E.W.
That is so, my lord. Oh, please leave your arm exposed. I wonder if you would satisfy our curiosity by telling us what those initials E.W. stand for?
They have rather an intimate explanation, Mr. Foxley.
Oh, no, I won't press you to reveal any intimacy. But I warn you, I shall comment freely on your inability to explain them.
I can't help that, if you've no feeling of decency.
I shall suggest that those letters, E.W., were originally F.W. for Frank Welney. It would only require the addition of a single stroke to turn the F into an E, would it not?
A single stroke. Yes. Yes, I suppose that's so.
Very well. Now I'll give you another chance of explaining those letters.
Very well, if you must have it. E is my wife's initial. Her name is Enid.
Indeed.
Yes.
But if the letter was originally F, that explanation would not do.
No, but as it never was, that is no difficulty.
And what is the W for?
The W stands for her maiden name, which was Winterton.
And when did you have them tattooed?
In Hobheim camp, by a fellow prisoner.
Why?
To pass the time. Time goes rather slowly in a prison camp.
I dare say. It comes to this, doesn't it? Frank Welney, the Canadian coward, had F.W. tattooed on his right forearm before his captivity, and Sir Mark Ludden, the English baronet, had E.W., almost the same letters, tattooed on the same arm during his captivity. Of course, it's only a coincidence, but isn't it wonderful?
Is it?
Now, I believe Sir Mark Ludden was shot through both thighs at the Battle of the Marne.
I was.
A medical examination would have confirmed.
Everyone knows I've walked lame ever since.
But everyone doesn't know the reason.
I've never hesitated to tell them.
I dare say not. It might have been instructive to see those scars.
My lord, I'm calling a most eminent doctor on that point.
Then it's a pity, Sir Wilfrid, you didn't allow our doctor to collaborate in the inspection. It comes to this, doesn't it? The only physical peculiarities associated with Ludden up to his captivity were bullet wounds in both thighs. And the only physical peculiarities associated with Welney up to his captivity were prematurely grey hair, a lost finger, and tattooed initials on his arm.
I take your word for it.
And today, by a remarkable coincidence, your body manages to combine all the physical peculiarities of Ludden and Welney.
I see what you mean.
Now, if Welney were pretending to be Sir Mark Ludden, that would have to be the case. But if Sir Mark Ludden was not Welney, it wouldn't be necessary for his body to display all the peculiarities of Welney's body.
Oh, I call that utter nonsense. If I was ever foolish enough to get tattooed, I should be bound to remain tattooed.
Yes, but unless you were Welney, you wouldn't be bound to get tattooed at all.
I think the jury have got that point, Mr. Foxley.
If your lordship pleases. And why all this mystery about your alleged thigh wounds? I put it to you that a man who would shoot off his own finger wouldn't hesitate to inflict some superficial injury to his thighs if it was worthwhile.
You'd better ask your friend Welney that.
Am I not doing so?
No, you are not.
Now, only a few more questions. Where were you educated?
Eton and Sandhurst.
I see Welney was educated at an elementary school in Montreal.
Again, I take your word for it.
He would never have had the opportunity or the chance of learning Latin or Greek.
Perhaps he didn't miss much.
Will you tell me the names of some of the Latin authors you studied?
I don't remember any. I was shell-shocked.
Oh, I won't ask you to translate, but can you tell me the name of a single Latin author?
I tell you, I was shell-shocked. I remember nothing pre-war.
Well, would it help you if I suggested a name or two? Do you remember Homer? Demosthenes?
They might be Dutch, for all I remember.
Oh, that's rather unkind of me learned friend's little tramp.
Sir Mark Ludden went into the Rifle Brigade.
Yes.
And served with them for something like 7 years before the war.
Yes, and I remember nothing of it at all. I'm not ashamed of the reason for it. I don't want to be shell-shocked out of all the memories of youth. Here am I, a man of 40, over 40, and for practical purposes, my recollections of life started about 10 years ago.
Silence! Silence!
And tell me this, then. If this alleged loss of memory was so complete, how was it you were able to remember your pre-war engagement and the lady's name at Hobheim prison camp? Huh?
If you insist on an answer, I will give it, Mr. Foxley. Though I'd rather not.
I can well believe that. Tell the jury, please.
Well, I might have forgotten. I might have continued to forget my engagement and even my fiancée's name. But some of her letters were in my pocket when I was taken prisoner, and later letters from her naturally revived my recollection. I should say I very largely relearnt the details of my family and hers from my fiancée's letters.
Well, now, can you produce any letters written by Sir Mark Ludden from Hopheim to his home in which he makes any reference to being either shell-shocked or deprived of memory or tattooed?
I haven't got any of my own letters here.
No, but if you were allowed time to secure them, could you produce any reference to any of these things?
I can't say after all these years.
Oh, think, sir.
Oh, very likely not. You see, I didn't want my fiancée to know how bad my shell shock was. She might have...
Well, she might what?
She might have hesitated about marrying a man like that.
Why?
She might have been afraid of his brain.
Ah. Now, one last question.
Yes?
I have here some specimens of Sir Mark's pre-war and prison handwriting and your post-war handwriting.
Well?
Well, they're rather different, aren't they?
Shoot off your first finger and see if your handwriting is the same.
Did you shoot off yours?
No, I did not.
But Welney did.
If I'm wealthy, what became of Ludden?
A most interesting question, which I don't propose to answer now.
I don't really know. There's much I need try to clear up by re-examination, Sir Mark. In spite of my learned friend's curiosity, are you still quite certain that you are yourself?
Yes, Sir Wilfrid, I'm more certain than I ever was.
Yes. Who first suggested you were not?
That Canadian, Buckingham.
Tell the jury how he intervened.
Yes, certainly. 2 years ago, he came to Ingworth Hall and asked to see me.
Under what name did he ask for you?
My own name, of course, Mark Ludden.
Well...
He was, or said he was, penniless, and he asked for money. I gave him a tenner for old time's sake. That is where I made the mistake.
Why?
He didn't think it enough. He became very abusive. I had to send for the keepers to have him turned out of the park.
Perhaps one day we may encounter Captain Buckingham.
Perhaps.
One last question.
Yes?
About those tattoo marks. What inspired you to get tattooed at Hopheim?
I believe it was really the sight of the letters on Welney's arm which put the idea into my head. Then, as time hung so heavily on our hands and I heard it was a long job, I thought I'd be tattooed.
What was the underlying idea of selecting the initials of your wife's maiden name? Tell the jury.
Well, once some of the prisoners died like flies from cholera. It occurred to me that I might easily die at that camp. I thought I'd like my fiancée, if I did die, to know, well, that I carried her initials to my grave.
Yeah.
Sounds romantic, but, well, of course, some of us are.
Yes, of course. Well, I have no doubt the jury will be able to understand that sentiment, Sir Mark. Thank you. You may leave the box.
Thank you, Sir Wilfrid.
Lady Ludden, Lady Ludden. Take the book in your right hand. You swear by Almighty God.
One moment. I don't want to appear to interfere with the conduct of the case by counsel of your experience, Sir Wilfrid, but...
Lord, I should welcome any suggestion.
Of course, I am not in any way prejudging the issues, but in view of the plaintiff's own evidence and other evidence, which I must assume to be at your disposal, is it really necessary to impose on Lady Ludden the strain of giving evidence?
But I ought to give evidence for my husband. I promise...
One moment, Lady Ludden. Your Lordship will appreciate that my friend, Mr. Foxley, might feel justified in allowing himself certain comment if he were denied the opportunity of cross-examining Lady Ludden.
And what do you say, Mr. Foxley?
Oh, I entirely agree with your Lordship. This lady's evidence under the peculiar circumstances could carry my friend's case no further. And I hope I needn't assure the court that the very responsible paper which I represent has no desire to add in any way to the poignancy of Lady Ludden's position.
I am much obliged, my friend.
I was confident that would be so, Mr. Foxley. Then, Lady Ludden, you'll be relieved, I feel sure, to be free from the necessity of giving any evidence.
My lord, Of course, I must do what you think best.
Yes, you can leave the box now, Lady Ludden. If you find the strain too great, you can, of course, leave the court.
Thank you, my lord. I couldn't leave the court.
I don't think we can go any further today, Sir Wilfrid. Are you calling any more witnesses?
I may, of course, have to ask your lordship's indulgence to call rebutting evidence at a later stage. Subject to that, I only propose to call the witnesses I've indicated and Sir Eric Fulsham, the well-known surgeon.
Then, Mr. Foxley, we ought to be able to begin the case for the defense tomorrow afternoon.
Undoubtedly, my lord. And I shall try to emulate my learned friend's uncharacteristic brevity in opening.
That will leave me equally indebted to you both.
The following afternoon, about 3 p.m., the court is again in full session. Mr. Thomas Foxley, K.C., has risen and is now delivering his opening speech for the defendant's newspaper.
Now, with regard to the general case which will be laid before you by me and my learned friend on behalf of the great newspaper which we represent, members of the jury, I have purposely refrained from telling you even the nature of the evidence by which we shall sustain our case. I want you to hear the details from the witnesses themselves and leave you to form your own impressions. I venture to think you will be surprised. As I said to you at the start, if we are right, we shall have discharged a public duty. We shall have exposed a cold, calculated fraud on the tenderest affections, on a devoted tenantry, on a patriotic electorate. If we are wrong, we shall have to pay for it. You will make us pay a lot for it. We ought to pay a lot for it, but are we wrong? Now let me review quite shortly the evidence put before you by the plaintiff to convince you that he is an English baronet, an English officer, an English MP. First, there was the plaintiff's own evidence. I'll say nothing about that. I leave you to form your own opinion about his shell-shocked memory. I will only make this observation. Wouldn't it have been appallingly inconvenient for the plaintiff in a case like this if a chance shell had not enabled him to refuse an answer to every question on the whole of his life up to 10 years ago? Now, members of the jury, to pass from the plaintiff, whom else did my learned friend call? We had his parents-in-law. How far did their evidence take us? You will recall, members of the jury, what they said. We have never had a moment's doubt of his identity, and we have not now. You may well come to the conclusion, members of the jury, that these parents-in-law would be stultifying their own discharge of their own duties in the custody of their daughter if they admitted any doubt of the plaintiff's identity.
Oh, come, Mr. Foxley, is that really
Really, my lord, I must protest against my learned friend's gratuitous interruption.
I deprecate interruption of counsel's speeches unless they involve correction of facts proved in evidence.
I do hope my learned friend will allow me just a few undisturbed minutes to conclude my speech. Lastly, members of the jury, as I was about to say, we had Sir Eric Fulsham, the famous specialist. Now, he gave evidence on 2 points, shell shock and thigh wounds. Did you really derive much assistance from him? Now, do correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't his evidence boil down to this? A shell shock may produce a vast variety of effects, nearly all of them subjective. That is to say, for practical purposes, not visible to simple souls like you and me. Now, did we need to drag here the busiest and most fashionable surgeon in Harley Street to learn that? Then Sir Eric went on to say that he found on both of the plaintiff's thigh marks indicating some form of penetration, that it was impossible after this lapse of time to speak with certainty. They were not inconsistent with bullet wounds. And, oh, really, members of the jury, what is the value of that? it still leaves us reduced to this dilemma. Either the plaintiff is Sir Mark Ludden, who we know was shot through both thighs, or, being Frank Welney, he has deliberately produced injuries corresponding to Sir Mark's.
I really would be grateful if my friend would indicate how the cooperation of his doctor would have assisted the solution of that dilemma.
I really would be grateful if my learned friend would refrain from these constant interruptions.
Yes, Mr. Foxley.
If your lordship pleases. Well, members of the jury, I shall now conclude. Our publication was intended, as is obvious, to be a challenge which no one in public life could possibly evade. It has been accepted. It had to be accepted. Members of the jury, I am confident your verdict will vindicate the public spirit of my clients. That is really all I shall say at present, and I shall now, with the assistance of my learned junior, Mr. Hemsby, call the evidence for the defense. Mr. Hemsby, call Patrick Buckingham.
Patrick Buckingham.
Take the book in your right hand. You swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
The evidence you shall give.
The evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Your name is Patrick Buckingham, and during the war, you were a captain in the 7th Ontario Pioneers.
That's right.
You were taken prisoner at Ypres the end of April 1915.
I was.
And were sent to Hopheim Camp.
Yes.
How many British officers were there?
After the cholera outbreak in 1915, only 3 of us were left. Him, Mark Ludden, and me.
Who is him?
Welney, of course.
Now, how do you know the plaintiff is Welney?
Same as I know anyone else, by his face.
Of course.
I was imprisoned with him for about 3 years. We were both Canadians, so we palled up. Mark Ludden was a good guy, but very English. Not stuck up, you understand, but not really pally. Keep myself to myself sort of sportsman.
Yes, now, was there any resemblance between Welney and Ludden?
Well, up to a point, they might have been twins. But he was always gray as a badger, and Ludden hadn't the gray hair.
What, not even after his experience in that fire on the Mark?
Not him. I never heard of him being in a fire.
No, of course not. Now, we have seen for ourselves how terribly shell-shocked the plaintiff is. Whilst you were at Hopheim with Sir Mark Ludden, did you notice his shell shock?
No, I didn't. He was as lame as an old crow with thigh wounds. That was his only trouble.
Are you sure of that?
Well, how do you think we heard all about his family history and estates if his memory was all shell-shocked away?
I thought he was so reserved.
Yeah.
Really? Please, sir.
So he was reserved up to a point, but about a year after we'd been there together, word came that his father had died and that he was a baronet. So he had to start and explain things a bit. Welney took a lot more interest in him then. Seemed kind of fascinated by the title.
And you say that Ludden was able to explain things?
Sure, as well as you could.
Yeah. Now, we've heard that Frank Welney had lost a finger.
He had, but I never knew till yesterday he'd shot it off himself.
And that F.W. was tattooed on his right forearm.
That's right, sir. And the letters were the same size and pattern as the E.W. on his arm I saw in court yesterday.
Ah, now that's very interesting. Now, do you remember Sir Mark Ludden's tattoo?
Ludden never had anything tattooed. Too much of the English gentleman.
I can believe it. Do you remember Sir Mark losing his finger when he escaped?
Of course I don't. Nothing wrong with his arms or hand then.
Thank you. Now, let's get on quickly to October 1918. What happened then?
Well, our guards were reduced, so we tried to escape.
Now, who are we?
Ludden, Welney, and I.
Yeah.
We got off all right at the first attempt, and we trekked towards the Belgian frontier, moving at night. That meant getting over about 250 miles.
250 miles to the frontier, yes, well?
About a month later, a few days before the armistice, we reached the outskirts of a small town, Stavelot, just over the frontier by Malmedy.
What happened then?
Well, it was my turn to forage for food. Welney or I always had to do it. You see, we got hold of civvies. Ludden was in uniform all the time, so he had to lie low.
Yes, well, you went off to forage near Stavelot.
Yeah, I went off, and I left the other two in a wood about half a mile up the hill outside the town. When I got back with some grub, Welney had done a bunk.
Done a bunk?
He disappeared.
Only Ludden was there, and he,
Yes? What had happened?
Well, I reckon we'll never know the exact truth.
Tell the jury what you saw.
I saw Mark Ludden where I'd left them both. He was lying on the ground with his head bashed in.
Any signs of a struggle?
There sure was. Ludden's clothes were more red than khaki. His arm had been smashed to a pulp.
Which arm?
His right arm. He was smothered in blood, face and arms.
And you say that there was no trace of Welney?
No. And no trace of anything in Ludden's pockets either.
Well, what did you do?
Well, I lifted him as well as I could in the dark, and I took him along to the door of the first big house. Left him on the step, and I ran away like hell.
And what did you do then?
I shoved along in the right direction, keeping an eye open for our friend over there.
Oh, whom do you mean?
Welney.
Welney.
I didn't want him to do me in, too.
When did you meet Welney? When did you meet the plaintiff again?
I was wandering around the country about 2 years ago on Shank's pony. I came to some village in Norfolk with a fine old park and model cottages. The sort of place that makes you feel that if you were the squire, you wouldn't change places with a millionaire.
Yes? Huh?
I had a drink in the pub, and I asked whose place it was. And they told me it was Sir Mark Ludden's.
Yes.
Well, I pricked up my ears. I knew poor old Mark was dead, but I went along. I thought it might be some sort of relation who'd come across with a bit after I'd told him about the last hours of Sir Mark.
Well?
I went along and I asked to see the squire. They told me he was out. Just then, who should come up but my old pal Welney. Quite the squire, too. Good gun over his shoulder. Damn nice dog at his heels. He could have knocked me over with a feather. The same feather would have knocked him over, too. Well, I recovered first, though I hadn't seen him since the night he left poor old Ludden murdered.
Mm-hmm.
I asked him what the devil he was doing there, and he said, "Who the hell is this?"
To whom did he say that?
To his butler, Judge. He was standing beside us. I said, "None of your jokes, Frank. You know Pat Buckingham just as well as he knows you."
Yes, what then?
Well, he seemed to pull himself together a bit, and he asked me to have a drink. We went into a really fine room, and when he'd shut the door behind us, I said, "What are you doing here, Frank?" And I remember he said, "Why do you keep calling me Frank? My name's Mark." "None of your nonsense," I said. "It was dirty work of yours, Frank, to wind up poor old Mark like that." Then he got angry, and the feathers began to fly, and well, I came out a damn sight quicker than I went in.
You must remember that you're in an English court, Captain Buckingham. What do you mean?
Well, he had me chucked out, and that made me sore.
Well?
I soon figured out that he was pretending to be Sir Mark Ludden. So I made it my business to find out the man who ought to be in Sir Mark's shoes and have his house and title and estate.
And who was that?
Captain Gerald Ludden.
Yeah.
He lived in the next village. I had what you might call a heart-to-heart talk with him. There you are.
I suppose you mean he was interested in what you told him.
I've never seen a man more interested in anything.
Yes, I dare say that might be the case.
Now, I'll ask you only one more question. Have you, now that you've been watching him for 2 days, the least doubt of the identity of the plaintiff?
No. He's Frank Welney.
Thank you.
Captain Buckingham. Captain Buckingham. Am I right in assuming that your suggestion is that Frank Welney murdered Sir Mark Ludden?
Of course he did. I left them together.
What sort of time was it?
About 8, 9 o'clock.
A few days before the armistice. It would be dark.
It was dark. I told you so.
Then how can you be so sure that it was poor old Mark and not Welney that you carried? His face, you said, was smothered in blood.
No doubt about it. If I hadn't known his shape when I carried him, I'd have known his uniform. I tell you, he was the only one of the party in uniform.
I dare say. How long ago was your call at Ingworth?
Just over a year ago.
What employment have you had since?
Oh, I've seen different people about the case.
Mm-hmm. What have you lived on?
Different people have given me money.
Now, aren't you lucky? I wonder who?
The Gazette have given me a bit.
That sounds most generous of them. How much?
£5 a week to keep me in England.
And who else has given you money?
Captain Gerald Ludden sends me a tenner a month.
Seems to be a generous, open-handed sportsman. But what made the Gazette so lavish?
How should I know?
It's some years now since you were demobilized.
It is?
And where have you lived during those years, Captain Buckingham?
Different places.
I wonder if I can guess some of them. Did you spend 9 months at Liverpool? In jail?
Beg pardon, Judge. Is the barrister allowed to go into my private troubles?
Certainly is, in cross-examination. Answer learned counsel's questions. They are directed to the point whether you are a person to be believed on your oath.
Did I guess the right address for those 9 months in 1920?
Yes.
That was for false pretenses?
Yes.
And then did you spend 18 months at Newcastle?
Yes.
In prison? What was that for?
Same sort of thing.
Wasn't it for blackmail?
Something of the sort.
Some people might describe you as a professional blackmailer.
And some people would be wrong.
And you're at it again, aren't you?
What do you mean?
Look at that letter. The usher will bring it to you. That's your letter, isn't it?
Yes.
Written a year ago to the plaintiff?
Yes.
Hand it back. Nice, gentlemanly letter, wasn't it?
It's the letter of a stupid fool on his uppers.
A pretty effort in blackmail. What would you have done if you'd had the shock of getting the £1,000 you demanded in the letter?
I'd have cleared off and said nothing.
I suggest you'd have bled Sir Mark Ludden white as veal again and again.
No, I'd have left him alone.
Although you say he had murdered your friend and secured his wife by the foulest treachery?
She was no concern of mine.
No, the blackmail was your concern. I think the jury will know what to think of you and your evidence. You may leave the box.
Call Flora. Dr. Emile Flora.
Me voici, Monsieur Foxley, je viens. Permettez-moi de passer, vous. Merci. Mon assistant a un gros patrimoine de quelque part.
You speak English, I take it.
Yes, certainly, yes.
Take the book in your right hand. You swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
The evidence you shall give.
The evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Your name is Emile Florent, and you practice as a doctor of medicine in the town of Stavelot on the old Belgian frontier.
Oui, oui, I mean yes.
I believe you understand English, Doctor.
Perfectly, Monsieur, perfectly.
I think you act as physician and surgeon to the Hospice d'Aliénés at Stavelot.
For more than 20 years, that is so.
That is a public lunatic asylum.
For the poor and friendless at the expense of the state.
Do you remember something which happened 2 days before the armistice in 1918?
Yes, it come back to me distinctly. A boy summoned me at midnight to a farmhouse just outside Malmedy. It was raining, I remember, in waterspouts. But I sallied forth in spite of it. Who knew what mischief I might not be able to avert?
Who indeed, Doctor? Well?
On arrival at the farm, there on the doorstep lay a corpse in very old English uniform. You call it khaki. I knelt down, I felt a pulse, the heart. The corpse was not quite dead, but also nearly a corpse, has made no difference.
In what condition was the body?
The skull has been fractured with truly cruel lacerations by some heavy blunt instrument. The face is drenched in blood. Slowly the blood still oozes from the right hand and arm. Evidently there has been a terrible struggle. The wounded man has been attacked with the butt of a rifle or some heavy club. He has tried to protect his poor head with his right arm, and in the struggle he has received heavy blows, ever so many in succession, on his arm. His poor arm and elbow is smashed, and then his brutal assailant completed his murder with some heavy weapon. Almost certainly, as I say, the butt of a rifle or...
I'm sorry to interrupt, monsieur, but I want to be quite clear. You are giving us your conjectures of the struggle. You didn't happen to watch it?
No, Dieu merci. But sometimes science can be more definite than sight. The injuries told the tale ever so clearly to the trained mind.
I think the humbler intelligences in this court were able to understand you, Doctor.
Yes, please continue, Doctor. What did you do?
There was no hope of recovery, but I determined to do my best. I dressed his wounds at the farm, and next morning had him removed to my hospice for mental cases, where I amputated his right arm. And then? Gradually, a miracle occurred. Sometimes it so happened. My poor unfortunate recovered completely, in a physical sense. But the appalling concussion of the blows which so nearly killed him has deprived him of all intelligence.
Can he speak?
I cannot say. He has a tongue. He has not ever used it. He cannot understand a word written or spoken English or French. He cannot think.
What became of your patient? He is alive, I gather.
Oh, yes, my lord. He has ever since been an inmate. We call him Numero 15.
Number 15. Why?
Well, what other name could we give him? We knew him not. And that has ever since been the number of his cell.
I believe you produced one or two exhibits associated with this sad case.
Oh, yes, in this parcel of mine. Thank you, William. Thank you very much. Now, this is the khaki jacket Numero 15 was wearing at the time. See how it is stained with torrents of blood. It has lost the right sleeve. It is unfortunate. I had to cut that off to examine the arm. It could not be helped.
Unless my learned friend will admit it, I shall prove later, my lord, that the badges and buttons of this jacket were worn by officers of the Rifle Brigade.
I'll admit, my lord, that exhibit is the Rifle Brigade jacket, but I shall ask your lordship at a later stage to let me call the plaintiff on this point, which was never put to him, I'm afraid.
No, my learned friend's quite right. I cannot object.
Very well, Sir Wilfrid, I'll remember.
Do you produce anything else, Doctor?
Yes. I have brought with me another exhibit from Belgium. Numero 15.
Number 15.
Yes, my lord, that so unfortunate body without a brain. May my assistant bring him in?
I am sure my lord will allow it. Who is this man, Doctor?
That is Numero 15. May I come down from this box and display certain features?
I am sure my lord will permit it.
Now, as you see, that right arm was amputated to save his life.
There are traces of thigh injuries, I believe.
A bullet or bullets have traversed both thighs. Here.
I dare say your lordship will allow the jury to see those wounds at the rising of the court in a private room.
In the presence of both parties, yes.
If your lordship please.
Now, Dr. Claudon, if you please, resume your place in the box.
Back in the case. Oh, yes. Thank you.
Now, there is an important question in this case, Doctor.
Ah, oui, monsieur.
It is whether this poor man's real name is Welney, or whether his real name is Sir Mark Ludden.
That is indeed an interesting question, and poor Numero 15, he does not know, he cannot tell.
But can you tell us, Doctor, whether the amputated arm had lost a finger, or was tattooed with the letters F.W.?
Ah, no, I should have seen them. I must have seen them. And the lost finger, that too I should have seen.
Yes. Thank you, Doctor. Sir Wilfrid. Thank you.
I want you, monsieur, to help us all as far as you can in dealing with this mysterious case.
I shall be only too happy, Sir Wilfrid.
Now, just a word about that amputated right arm. Would you swear that night so many years ago you looked for injured fingers or tattoo marks?
No, I dare not.
Would you all these years after destroy a happy marriage and make an innocent child a bastard by swearing that there was no special scars or peculiarities on that arm?
Monsieur, no, I have a conscience. I dare not.
I knew I could allow no scruples. Now, about the leg wounds. It has been suggested that he walked about 250 miles in a month. Could he?
Oh, no, he could not do so. Of that I am confident. It is absurd.
But if he is Frank Welney, he must have done so.
Then he is not Welney.
And if he is Loudon, he must have done so.
Then he is not Loudon. I tell you, unless he were a Superman, he could not walk 250 miles in a month on those poor legs.
It comes to this, Doctor, doesn't it? No one can claim to have the least idea who he is.
That is wiser when all is so vague.
All I suggest is he can't be Sir Mark Ludden because Sir Mark is alive and well there.
How could you be mistaken, Sir Wilfrid? Evidently, that must be so.
Merci, monsieur.
Enchanté, Sir Wilfrid.
Thank you.
Well, can we get on, Mr. Hemsby?
Excuse me, Your Lordship, but will you wait 1 minute for Mr. Foxley? He's having an important consultation with our clients, only just outside the court.
Why should I wait for Mr. Foxley? What is a junior for, Mr. Hemsby?
In a case of this importance, my lord, to be seen and not heard.
Do you wish to re-examine this witness, Mr. Hemsby?
No, my lord.
Then you can go, Dr. Flaudon. Leave the box, monsieur.
Ah, c'est fini.
Oui, yes. Thank you, Dr. Flaudon.
Merci, monsieur le juge. Je vous remercie beaucoup de votre grande patience, parce que... Go back, grand merci.
Will you call your next witness, Mr. Hemsby?
I'm in some difficulty, my lord. I don't really know whom my learned leader was proposing to call next.
In his absence, you are in charge of the defense. If you have any further witness to call, that witness must go into the box now, or your case is closed.
Here is Mr. Foxley now, my lord.
I must apologize. I needn't assure you that my absence meant no disrespect to your lordship's court.
Are you going to call any further evidence, Mr. Foxley?
Yes, my lord. I have my next witness ready.
Well, will you call him?
I call Lady Ludden.
Whom, Mr. Foxley?
Lady Ludden, my lord.
Sir Mark's wife?
The plaintiff's wife. Your lordship will recall that there was some question of her giving evidence yesterday.
Yes, of course, yes. This is very unusual.
It is a very unusual case, my lord.
So it seems. Very well.
Call Lady Ludden.
Lady Ludden. You swear by Almighty God.
I swear by Almighty God.
The evidence you shall give.
The evidence I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Lady Ludden, you have not been served with any subpoena to give evidence.
No.
You are giving evidence of your own free will.
Well, Lady Ludden?
No. Not exactly of my own free will, Mr. Foxley.
Not of her own
Sir
free
Wilfrid,
will,
please.
I should think you should explain that, Lady Ludden.
I'm here because, well, my father insists I ought to give my evidence, and I...
But your father, General Winterton, has already given evidence for Sir Mark.
For the plaintiff, my lord. I am now calling his daughter, this lady, for the defendant.
Of course, that is obvious. Well, Lady Ludden, are you willing to be called on behalf of the defense?
It's for Mark.
Sir Mark?
I must, even now.
You seem to be taking a great risk, Mr. Foxley.
I am prepared to incur it, my lord. Your name is Enid, and you are the only daughter of General Winterton, C.B.
Yes.
Before we go any further, Lady Ludden, I think perhaps you owe an explanation to my lord and to the jury.
Why? Why, Mr. Foxley?
They saw you yesterday go into the box, apparently prepared to give evidence for your husband.
Yes.
If you had given evidence yesterday, would it have been the evidence you are prepared to give today?
No. The evidence I promised to give wouldn't have been the same.
Lady Ludden, I am sure you don't mean you had promised to give evidence to mislead this court?
Oh, no, my lord, of course not. When I told my husband's solicitors what I'd say, I thought... I felt sure it was the truth then.
Then? I see. Well, Mr. Foxley?
If your lordship pleases. Now, Lady Ludden, did you in 1914 become engaged to Mark, only son and heir of Sir Peter Ludden, Baronet of Ingworth Hall in the county of Norfolk?
Yes.
I believe you were very young at that time.
I was only 17.
Did you in April 1919 go through the ceremony of marriage with the plaintiff at Ingworth Church?
Yes.
Was your husband married to you as Sir Mark Ludden?
Yes.
Now, only 3 more questions from me, Lady Ludden. Did Mark Ludden ever write to you from captivity?
At regular intervals, after the first 2 months.
Now, I want you to search your memory most carefully, as indeed I know you will. Did any of those letters reveal to you any loss of pre-war memories?
No. No. Before he could have heard from me after he was taken prisoner, he wrote and asked me to wait for him until the war was over.
And you did?
Yes, I waited.
Did he ever complain in those letters of shell shock?
He never complained of anything.
Never complained of it. Now, one final question, Lady Ludden. Do you now believe your husband, the plaintiff in this action, is really Mark Ludden?
Well, Lady Ludden?
No. No. He's not Mark Ludden.
Enid. Sir Mark. My client is unwell, my lord.
The plaintiff appears to have fainted. My lord, may I suggest...
I think perhaps in the circumstances we will adjourn and resume tomorrow at 10:30.
The next morning, about 10:30 a.m., the court is again ready for trial and awaiting the arrival of Mr. Justice Tuttington. The judge's clerk has just come in. He's standing at the back of the bench. In a moment, he'll call for silence and the judge will enter.
Silence! Silence!
Mr. Foxley. Mr. Foxley, I see that when I adjourned the court yesterday in view of the plaintiff's sudden indisposition, you had not closed your examination in chief.
That is so, my lord. I shall not distress Lady Ludden by any more questions, my
I
lord.
see. Lady Ludden, will you come into the box for Sir Wilfrid's cross-examination?
I'd rather she came into the box, really. I hope it'll be all right. Thank you.
Lady Ludden, your husband is most anxious that I should not cross-examine his wife. You will forgive me if I overrule his wishes.
Certainly, Sir Wilfrid. You must do your duty.
Well, let us begin by clearing up 1 or 2 points, Lady Ludden.
Yes, Sir Wilfrid.
Take those tattoo marks on your husband's arm. When did you first see them?
On his return from Germany.
What letters were they then?
Just like they are now. E.W.
E.W. So at least my learned friend was wrong in trying to suggest an F became an E for the purposes of this trial.
I've never seen anything but E.W. on his arm.
Now, a word on the subject of the plaintiff's memory.
Yes?
I think you told my friend yesterday that your husband's letters from Germany revealed no loss of memory.
Not my husband's letters, Sir Wilfrid. They were marks.
Yes, I'm not for the moment on the subject of identification, Lady Ludden.
Oh, I see.
The jury will remember your husband has given his explanation of these letters.
Yes.
But coming to a later period, it is true, isn't it, that since his return, his memory of pre-war events has been practically a blank.
My husband's memory? Oh, yes. He's hardly known anything.
So there again, whatever the explanation, his loss of memory has not been assumed in order to defeat Mr. Foxley.
Oh, no. That at least is real enough.
I felt sure you would admit that. Now, Lady Ludden, I'm afraid I must ask you a rather intimate question.
Yes.
Lady Ludden, did you love your husband when you married him?
Not as I loved Mark Ludden. But I felt I ought to.
Did you never grow to love him?
Yes. Not as I loved Mark.
When did you first suspect that, in your opinion, he wasn't so Mark?
It's so terribly difficult to explain. I never exactly suspected. Till yesterday.
I see.
And yet, even from the first, I felt there was something different. Yes. Even when he first came back, something quite different.
Something different?
There always seemed to be a sort of wall between us. A wall I could never pass through. There were things I could never ask him, things he would never talk about. And
But wasn't that natural, Lady Ludden, after all those years of separation and after all your husband had gone through? He might well wish to forget so much, mightn't he?
I've tried so hard to think so, but now I understand.
Now you understand.
Since yesterday.
You mean your suspicions became more definite yesterday?
Yes, after hearing the evidence, after seeing...
Don't distress yourself, Lady Ludden. Then apart from yesterday's evidence, you would not be so certain.
I don't know.
Yet if your husband were in fact Frank Wellner, numero 15 should be Mark Ludden. Is that what you mean?
I don't know. I don't know. And I don't know my husband must be Wellner. I only know he isn't Mark.
You mean you don't believe he is Mark?
I don't believe he's Mark. Well, isn't that the same thing?
Not quite, Lady Ludden. Would you swear to recognize numero 15?
No. That's just it. I couldn't. Well, that's the terrible part. It's too awful. I can't recognize him at all. I can't. But I saw my husband's face when poor numero 15 came into court. I saw then by his look. He recognized him even if I can't.
Lady Ludden, since giving your evidence yesterday, have you asked your husband for an explanation of that look?
No, I haven't spoken to him. I spent the night at my father's house.
And your husband?
I suppose he was alone.
Alone? And at this crisis of his fate?
Oh, don't drive me, Sir Wilfrid. If he could explain, why hadn't he explained? Hadn't he had all these years to explain? And I've never heard a word of explanation, not a word of all this. Why should I first learn of Frank Wellner only after this libel's published? Well, I'm his wife. Couldn't he trust me? Didn't I wait for him? Wait and wait and wait. Haven't I given him everything all these years because I thought he was Mark?
Lady Ludden, supposing your husband could prove he was Sir Mark.
If he could prove.
Sir Wilfrid, perhaps we can wait a few minutes for Lady Ludden to recover before you continue your cross-examination.
I don't propose to ask any more questions, my lord.
Nor I, my lord. And I shall call no further evidence.
Then that closes the case for the defense.
Yes, my lord.
Well, Sir Wilfrid, have you decided to adopt any particular course?
The position, my lord, is very difficult. At any rate, I fear I must yield to my client's insistent desire that I should exercise the right your lordship reserved to me of recalling the plaintiff on the question of the uniform jacket, which was produced by Dr. Flodon yesterday.
I cannot prevent the plaintiff going into the box again.
My lord, there are times when a client can insist on controlling his own litigation, and I feel bound to add that Sir Eric Fulsham is genuinely anxious about the mental consequence if he is not allowed to do so.
Oh, very well. He has the right to give his evidence on that one point.
Sir Mark, will you go into the box?
Yes. I think I should be all right. Thank you.
He can, if he likes, give his evidence sitting down.
No, thank you, my lord. I prefer to stand.
Sir Mark, you had an opportunity yesterday of seeing the uniform jacket produced by Dr. Flodon.
Yes.
And you admit it's a Rifle Brigade jacket?
Most certainly. I have no doubt it was mine.
Silence! Silence!
You identify it as yours?
Yes, my lord.
Do you mean your uniform was on number 15 when he was found by Dr. Flordo?
Certainly.
I should very much like to know why.
I'm coming to that, my lord. Sir Mark,
yes?
Will you tell the jury how Sir Mark Ludden's jacket came to be on numero 15?
Yes, Sir Wilfrid. Buckingham was speaking the truth when he said he went foraging that night, leaving Wellner and me together. He was away a very long time. We thought he'd been caught. So Wellner went to look for him.
How was it Wellner went to look for Buckingham instead of his companion, Sir Mark Ludden?
I always had to keep in the background, my lord. I was the only one in uniform.
I see, yes.
Wellner went to look for Buckingham. He was away for hours, too. At last I began to think he'd been caught or shot. There were a lot of odd shots going off that night. When neither Wellner nor Buckingham came back, I began to creep along the edge of the wood towards the town. Suddenly, round a corner, I bumped into a German soldier. He was as frightened as I was. Without a word, he fired from his hip and shot off my finger. That is when I lost that.
I hadn't understood it was as late in the escape as that.
Yes, my lord. That's why Buckingham was speaking the truth again when he said he never knew I had lost a finger.
Tell the jury, Sir Mark, what happened then.
Yes. I dashed in and I wrenched the rifle out of the man's hands. He put up his arm to save himself, and I brought the butt down on his head. He dropped like a stone.
Yes.
It was horrible. Horrible. I hate to remember it even now.
Yes. Please go on.
The killing of a German soldier by an English prisoner of war 40 miles behind the German lines would not be treated as death in action.
I see, yes, I dare say. Go on.
It seemed my only chance of getting through was to get out of my uniform and get into a German one, so I changed uniforms with the man I killed. I thought I'd killed. Of course, I took everything out of my own pockets. Then I dashed off for all I was worth. And if I hadn't made the change, I should never have got through.
Is there anything else you wish to add, Sir Mark?
I'm sorry, Sir Wilfred, I didn't quite catch...
I'm so sorry. Is there anything else you would wish to add?
Oh,
Sir
yes.
Mark?
Yeah, well, only this. Unless someone changed the uniform again after I got away, that poor devil whom Dr. Flodden saved is not an Englishman at all. He is that German soldier.
Thank you, Sir Mark.
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Foxley, I'm sure I needn't remind counsel of your experience that I cannot allow any general cross-examination. It must be confined entirely to this new evidence.
Of course, my lord. Now, are you quite sure, witness, that you're fit for cross-examination?
Yes, I think
Now,
so.
what I mean is, whatever view the jury may take, there is no doubt that you've had a great shock.
Yes, I've had a great shock.
However, will you answer this question?
I'll try.
When you first gave evidence, did I hear you take the oath?
Of course.
To tell the truth, the whole truth?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell the whole truth then?
I thought I did.
You thought you did. Didn't I ask you question after question after question about the circumstances of your separation from Welney that night at Stavelin?
Yes.
Why didn't we hear a word of this encounter with a German soldier?
I didn't think it mattered.
You didn't think it mattered. And why no word of that wonderful quick change of uniform?
I tell you, I didn't think it mattered then.
Then? If it was true, why suppress it?
Can't you see it was only yesterday? I knew that poor devil was still alive. I might be Welney, or Welney might be me. What happened to that German would make no difference till you produced that jacket.
Now, when did you first tell this story to anyone?
This morning, to Sir Wilfred, when I saw that not only my counsel, but my own wife didn't believe I was myself.
I can understand their embarrassment. You never mentioned it to anyone before today?
No, never.
Did you never tell your wife?
No, I never told it to my wife. She'd never heard it before I gave this evidence today.
And why not?
I didn't want her to associate me with that sort of thing.
What sort of thing?
I did what I did in hot blood.
What did you do to that German of yours?
I told you.
Have you? Have you? Now, what are you keeping back?
The way I killed him.
I have a note of what you said. I brought the butt down on his head. He dropped like a stone.
Yes. Yes.
Now, is that all the truth? I want an answer. Have we got it all even now?
No. Not all. Not all. All right, I'll tell you.
Ah, at last.
My first blow smashed his arm. He gave a dreadful scream. More noises would have brought up some of his friends. He was down, he was helpless. I saw red. I had to finish him off. I simply had to. If I was to have a chance of getting away, getting home to see my wife.
Take your time, take your time.
How many more blows?
Oh, how can I tell? Blow after blow till the head was a pulp and the face was... I can't think of it. I won't think of it. I've tried to forget it all these years. I won't remember it. I've never told my wife. I couldn't tell my wife. There was always that between us, keeping us apart. Oh, she told the truth, all right. It was the truth. Never since the war. Never have I been the Mark Ludden she promised to marry.
So we seem to be right. You are a man capable of a brutal murder.
Did you ever serve in the war, Mr. Foxley?
No. But, well, really?
Learned counsel do not expose themselves to interrogation when they are cross-examining.
If your lordship please. Now, can you produce a shred of evidence that would substantiate your story?
No. It depends on my word.
With nothing to support it. Now, what became of the German uniform you say you escaped in?
I burnt it when I reached our lines. I wanted to forget.
That seems unfortunate. It might have given the name or regimental number of your mythical German.
I can give you the poor devil's name and regimental number.
What?
Here it is, on his identity disc.
Let me see it, please. Thank you. Members of the jury, this appears to be the identity disc of a German soldier giving his name as Karl Geist and his regimental number. Sir Mark, yes. You swear this was on the body of the German soldier whose uniform you exchanged for your own that night at Stavelot?
I do, my lord. After Dr. Flodon's evidence yesterday, I drove specially home last night to Norfolk to get it.
And apart from your own evidence, there is nothing to prove it originally belonged to this particular German soldier of the millions of German soldiers involved in the war?
Apart from my sworn word, no, my lord. Nothing.
It seems to me it becomes increasingly difficult for a jury to give a verdict in this case.
Let me say this here and now, my lord. I only want the verdict of the jury for the sake of one person. And that person is my son. I've already lost the only verdict I wanted for myself, my wife.
Silence! Silence!
But I want my son to know that I was entitled to be his father.
I've nothing more to ask, Sir Mark.
Witness, you can leave the box, if you feel strong enough. Well, Mr. Foxley, are you going to address the jury?
My lord, I'm in some difficulty.
My lord, something has just come back to me.
What is it?
May I just look at my jacket,
Certainly, but I don't see how it can help us. Now, usher, pass the jacket to the plaintiff.
Thank you. Now, my lord, will someone lend me a knife?
A knife? What for?
I want to cut something I sewed in the back of my breast pocket.
Something you sewed in?
Yes. 2 50-mark notes and
I
a
don't
photograph.
know that we can let you mutilate an exhibit.
My lord, I have admitted it is my jacket. And you can see there where I've sewn it up. Now, if I might have a knife just to cut these stitches.
You may. Who has a pocket knife?
I have, my lord. Usher. Now, you see, before I started to escape from Hobheim with Welney and Buckingham, I wasn't too sure of my companions or what might happen to things in my pockets. I don't seem to be far wrong. So I sewed inside the lining of this breast pocket a photograph and 2 50-mark notes. And, yes, they're still here. And here is the photograph. Yes, this is the photograph. Now I remember. Yes, I remember. It all begins to come back to me, my lord. This is the first photograph my wife gave me when we were first engaged. I took it with me to France. I always had it in that pocket.
Usher, will you pass me that photograph, please? Thank you. I see something is written on it. To darling...
Need that be read aloud, my lord?
I think it should. Members of the jury, on this photograph these words are written. To darling Tony with all my love, Enid.
With all my love.
I don't quite understand the inscription. Does your wife call you Tony?
Oh, my lord, never.
Then why is Tony written here?
It's so long since I saw that photo, I remember. Yes, I remember. She used to call me Tony at first. Then I think my people didn't like it, so it was dropped, I forget when. Sometime before the war.
It's true, my lord, quite true.
Can you recall why she chose the name of Tony?
It's beginning to come back to me, yes. That photograph was taken at Eton on the day of our engagement.
Yes, I see it's taken by an Eton photographer.
Yes, my wife was there with her brother. That's when we got engaged. That very afternoon we went to the photographer.
Yes, but why the name Tony?
She heard all my friends calling me Anthony, so she said she'd call me Tony.
True.
Anthony, why should they call you Anthony when your name is Mark?
A play on Mark Antony, I suppose. Oh. You see, I was always Anthony Ludden at Eton. The Lord,
Take your time, Sir Mark, take your time.
I feel, my lord, it's become my duty to take a most unusual course. My clients are far too responsible to want to snatch a verdict.
Really, Mr. Foxley? I am glad to hear that.
My junior, Mr. Hemsby, had the advantage of being educated at Eton, which, your lordship may know, is a very large school. He tells me that whilst he has no recollection of being there with a Mark Ludden and can't recognize the plaintiff, he remembers perfectly well that there was a boy there in his time known as Anthony Ludden.
We seem to be getting rather away from normal evidence.
What did you say that name was, Mr. Foxley?
My junior's name, yes. Hemsby.
Hemsby?
Yes.
Hemsby. I can't recognize Mr. Hemsby in his wig. Should I be allowed, my lord, to ask Mr. Hemsby to take it off?
I have no objection if Mr. Hemsby hasn't.
Not at all, my lad. There.
Ah. You rode bow in the school 8 for the ladies' plate, my last half. I've got it. Loppy Hemsby.
I beg your pardon?
Loppy, my lord.
That's right, my lad.
You'd better resume your wig, Mr. Hemsby.
My lord, it's abundantly clear the plaintiff has been the victim of an appalling mistake. If your lordship will give me 2 minutes to talk to my learned friend, Sir Wilfrid, I think the jury will not be troubled in this case.
I think 1 minute should be ample, Mr. Foxley.
Your lordship, please. 1 minute.
Sir Mark, you may leave the box.
Thank you very much, my lord.
1 or 2 cases we've got to look at, possibly.
Sir Mark, come here. I must have you here. I'm just speaking to Mr. Foxley.
I leave it to you, Sir Wilfrid. I must go to my wife.
Sir Mark, you must come
I don't care. Oh, Enid, my darling.
Mark, dear.
Well. My lord...
well, Sir Wilfrid?
My lord, I can't get any assistance from me client.
I had noticed that, Sir Wilfrid.
Which leaves me to the tender mercies of my friend, Mr. Foxley.
You mean my generous instinct, Sir Wilfrid?
Have you agreed?
We have.
We have, my lord.
I am sure the jury, who have been most patient in this case, would like to know the figure of Mr. Foxley's generous instincts. Yes, Sir Wilfrid?
I've agreed to accept a quite nominal sum.
Nominal?
Yes, my lord. Under the amazing circumstances, the nominal sum of £25,000.
And the fullest possible apology and a complete withdrawal of every allegation by the Daily Gazette.
Your lordship will appreciate that this action was not brought to recover money.
Quite clearly not. And I hope something more than money has been recovered by this trial. I cannot believe that the merciful Providence which allowed Sir Mark and Lady Ludden to come together after all the dangers of the war will not prevail to bring them through this final tribulation.
That was Libel by Edward Wool, adapted for broadcasting by Molly Greenhalgh. The part of Mr. Justice Tuttington was played by Harcourt Williams, and the associate by Hamilton Dice. The plaintiff, Sir Mark Ludden, by James McKechnie. Sir Wilfrid Kelling, KCMP, counsel for the plaintiff, by Norman Shelley. And Mr. Thomas Foxley, KC, counsel for the defendants, by Donald Wolfett. The junior counsel were Mr. William Vale by David Peel and Mr. George Hemsby by Donald Gray. The part of Lady Ludden was played by Catherine Salkeld, Patrick Buckingham by John Farrell, and Dr. Emile Flordon by Austin Trevor. The play's production was by Raymond Rakes.